What if the world around you was woven from the very fabric of forgotten stories, where each whisper of the wind carried the weight of ancient beings and their unspeakable power? The forests of Haida pulse with a life all their own, shadows dancing among the towering cedar trees, hiding the legends that shaped a people and their land. As twilight descends, a chill sweeps through the air, stirring the waters of the ocean and recalling echoes of the past, echoes that speak of the raven and the great transformation, of darkness and light intertwined in an eternal struggle. In the dim light of a flickering campfire, a figure cloaked in furs leans closer, eyes ablaze with the reflections of burning cedar. The crackling flames tell tales of a time when the world was bare, devoid of humans and their relentless ambitions. Suddenly, a rustle snaps the air taut, and every creature seems to hold its breath. The elder's voice, low and gravelly, recounts the moment when the raven, bold yet cunning, stole the very sun from the grasp of an ancient chief, casting light upon a world that had thrived in shadow. But this act was not without consequence. As the sun broke free, darkness quivered in resentment, and the balance of nature began to tilt. The ocean's roar grew more menacing, waves crashing like the angry fists of vengeful spirits that had once ruled these waters. Tension thickened, palpable in the air, as the elder's voice trembled, a warning woven into the fabric of the tale. Shadows lurked just beyond the firelight, poised to unleash their fury when the fragile equilibrium of existence was threatened. The elder's stories wrap around the listeners like a shroud, invoking both dread and wonder. Each tale unfolds like the intricate designs carved into cedar masks, revealing a world alive with creatures both majestic and terrifying. A great transformation waits in the wings, a pivotal moment when the land itself will rise against those who disrespect its sacred laws. The people shift uneasily, sensing the weight of destiny pressing upon their shoulders, the ancient spirits stirring in their slumber, restless and ready to awaken. In the distance, the waves crash with a newfound ferocity, a reminder that every action has its repercussions, every story its truth. The air crackles with anticipation as the elder nears the climax of his tale, revealing the haunting prophecy that looms over the Haida people. A time of reckoning approaches, where the choices of a few will ripple through the fabric of existence, threatening to unravel the very threads that hold their world together. As the fire dwindles, the last embers glow like stars caught in a web of darkness. The elder's words hang in the air like the lingering smoke, leaving a path of questions that twist through the minds of the listeners. What sacrifices will be demanded? Who will rise to answer the call when the shadows threaten to consume the light? The answers are buried deep within the land, waiting to be unearthed, as a new chapter of ancient history looms on the horizon, teetering on the brink of revelation. Under the vast open sky of the Pacific Northwest, where the ocean whispers ancient tales and the wind carries the echoes of ancestors, the Haida people have woven their legacy into the fabric of the land. As the sun dips low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the dense emerald forests, one can almost hear the soft lullaby of the waves lapping against the shores of Haida. Here, each tree stands as a sentinel, guarding the rich history of a culture shaped by the forces of nature and spirit. Long before the arrival of outsiders, the Haida thrived in harmony with the land and sea. This was no ordinary existence. It was a profound connection that resonated through every heartbeat, every breath. The Haida believe they are the caretakers of the earth, a duty passed down through generations. Their stories swirl like the autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze, each one a reminder of their ancestors' wisdom and resilience. The Haida people are known for their art, their totem poles rising majestically against the skyline, each carving a story, a lineage, a spirit. The figures depicted, eagles soaring, raven transformations, and the powerful bear, speak of the intricate relationships between the Haida and the natural world. These symbols are not mere decorations. They hold the essence of identity and history, echoing the voices of those who came before. As the soft sound of a carving tool scraping against wood fills the air, one can feel the energy of creation, the pulse of a culture that thrives on storytelling and artistry. In the shadows of ancient cedar trees, the Haida lived in clans, bound together by the ties of kinship and respect for the earth. Each clan had its own traditions, its own songs, echoing the diverse tapestry of Haida life. The names of clans, like the raven, the wolf, and the killer whale, are not just titles. They carry the weight of bloodlines and shared histories, each one a thread woven into the larger story of the Haida people. The clans would gather under the great longhouses, where the air would be thick with the aroma of cedar smoke and the sound of laughter. It was here that stories were told, not just of bravery and adventure, but of the lessons learned from the land and sea, instilling a deep sense of respect for all living things. Seasons flowed like the tide, each one bringing with it a new chapter in the Haida's connection to the land. The spring brought the herring runs, a time of abundance and celebration, when the people would come together to gather the fish, their laughter echoing through the trees. The summer months were filled with the vibrant colors of berries ripening under the warm sun, each harvest a testament to the wisdom of their ancestors, who learned to read the signs of nature. The autumn winds whispered of change, while winter cloaked the world in silence, a time for reflection and storytelling by the flickering light of the fire. These cycles were not just seasons, they were life itself, intertwined with the very essence of what it meant to be Haida. The sea, with its endless mysteries, held a special place in the hearts of the Haida. It provided sustenance, shelter, and a deep spiritual connection to the cosmos. The ocean was not simply a resource, it was alive, a powerful force that demanded respect. The Haida's relationship with the sea was filled with rituals and reverence, celebrating the gifts it offered. Fishermen would chant prayers before casting their nets, asking for a bountiful catch, a practice rooted in gratitude and an understanding of balance. Yet, the serenity of Haida life was not without its trials. The thunderous arrival of outsiders brought with it a storm of change, disrupting the delicate harmony the Haida had nurtured for centuries. The clash of cultures echoed through the land, leaving scars that would take generations to heal. Whalers and traders sailed into their waters, drawn by the rich resources, unknowingly challenging the very foundation of Haida existence. The whispers of the forest turned into cries, the laughter of families caught in the tumult of loss and change. The Haida found themselves standing at a crossroads, their identity tested in the face of adversity. But the spirit of the Haida is like the mighty cedar, deeply rooted yet resilient. They adapted, fought, and held steadfast to their traditions, weaving the threads of their past into the fabric of a new reality. The art of storytelling became a powerful weapon against erasure. Elders passed down their knowledge, sharing tales of their ancestors, tales of strength and survival, reaching deep into the hearts of the younger generations, igniting a flame of pride and purpose. In the dim light of longhouses, The narratives of the Haida danced like firelight against the walls, illuminating the faces of children, wide-eyed and captivated. They listened with bated breath, absorbing the lessons held within each story, a testament to their heritage that refused to be forgotten. The totem poles remained, silent yet strong, serving as guardians of memory. As the Haida forged ahead into an uncertain future, as the waves continue to crash against the shores of Haida Gwaii, a spirit endures, threaded with the resilience of a people who refuse to let go of their identity. The Haida culture, rich with history and emotion, stands as a living testament to the strength of connection between family, land, and sea. Their journey is a powerful reminder of the beauty of life, the importance of memory, and the unyielding force of heritage. Each heartbeat, each breath, is a whisper of the past, a promise for the future, a story yet to be told, echoing through the ages, waiting to be heard. In the beginning, the world was a vast, empty canvas, wrapped in shadows and silence. No sun, no moon, just an infinite stretch of darkness, where time itself seemed to hold its breath. It was in this stillness that the first whispers of creation began. A place of pure potential awaited the spark that would ignite life itself. The ancients spoke of it as the moment when the heart of the earth pulsed for the first time, and from that heartbeat, the universe would unfold with all its wonders. From this primordial void emerged Sky, a magnificent being cloaked in the colors of twilight. Sky had long watched over the emptiness, yearning to fill it with beauty and life. With a powerful breath, Sky exhaled, and the first elements of existence began to coalesce. Water, shimmering and fluid, rippled forth, carving out the mountains and valleys. It danced with the wind, becoming a song that echoed through the emptiness, resonating deep within the fabric of creation. Then came the earth, rising from the depths of the waters, solid and unyielding. The mountains reached for the heavens, their peaks kissed by the first light of dawn. As they stood tall, they felt the gentle caress of water, who cradled them with tender waves. A bond was forged, a delicate balance between strength and fluidity, each element relying on the other for existence. But Sky was not alone. Out of the depths of this burgeoning world arose the first beings, the animals of the land and sea. The raven, black as night, soared above, casting a curious gaze over the world below. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he began to gather the stories of creation, weaving them into the very fabric of life. He was the keeper of secrets, the trickster who would shape destinies with his cleverness. As the sun broke free from the horizon, its warm rays spilled across the lush landscapes, awakening the flora that had been waiting in the shadows. Plants burst forth in a riot of colors, vibrant greens, fiery reds, and deep blues. Their sweet fragrances filled the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth and fresh beginnings. In this moment, life bloomed with an exuberance that echoed through the ages. Yet, the creation was not without struggle. The elements clashed and swirled in a tempest of fury. Water roared, crashing against the shores, while earth trembled, shaking with the power of creation. Tension hung in the air like a storm cloud, thick and electric. In the midst of this turmoil, the raven, with his sharp gaze, saw the potential for harmony. He swooped low, gathering the storm's energy and harnessing it to bring balance to the chaos. With a flourish of his wings, the raven called upon the spirits of the ancestors, the timeless guardians of wisdom. From the edges of the sky they answered, swirling down like leaves caught in a gentle breeze. They breathed life into the world, giving form and purpose to the creatures that would roam the land. The wolf, the bear, the eagle, each spirit imbued with strength, courage, and instinct, alongside the gentle deer and the swift salmon, each destined to play their role in the great tapestry of life. As these creatures took their first breaths, the connection between them blossomed. They began to understand their place in this newly formed world, their spirits intertwined like roots beneath the surface. The land pulsed with energy, and a deep bond of respect and kinship was born. They were not merely inhabitants of this world, they were part of its very essence, each one vital and irreplaceable. But the raven, ever the trickster, saw the potential for strife. He cawed loudly, his voice a clarion call that echoed through the valleys. Gather, all ye who roam the land. Know that your survival lies in unity, for the dangers of the shadows are ever present. With those words, he hovered above, watching as an alliance formed among the creatures, a delicate truce held together by the promise of protection and shared destiny. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting golden rays across the landscape, illuminating the vibrant life below. Yet, as the world thrived, whispers of a darkness approached from the edges of the misty horizon. The spirits of the ancestors warned of the looming threat, a great power that sought to unravel the threads of creation and plunge the world back into the silence of nothingness. The raven, sensing the urgency, gathered the creatures. We must stand together. The shadows grow long, and their hunger is insatiable. We are the protectors of this world, and we cannot allow it to slip away. Fear rippled through the assembled beings, but in that moment, they felt the weight of their unity. With a shared heartbeat, they pledged to defend their home and the sacred bond they had forged. As night fell, the stars blinked into existence, a constellation of hope against the dark. The creatures took their positions, guardians of the realm they had helped create. Together, they faced the encroaching darkness, their hearts racing, fueled by purpose and the spirits of their ancestors guiding them. They could feel the pulse of the world, a rhythm that surged with life and love, an energy that connected them all. In the distance, shadows writhed and twisted, threatening to engulf the light. The raven, perched high above, spread his wings wide, a silhouette against the starry sky. He knew the battle ahead would be fierce. The struggle for existence was a tale as old as time, one that would echo through the ages. With a powerful caw, he rallied the creatures, their spirits ignited in defiance against the darkness. The creation of the world was not merely a story. It was a living, breathing entity, filled with emotion, tension, and an unwavering bond. In that moment, as the forces of light and dark prepared to clash, the essence of life itself hung in the balance. Each heartbeat, each breath, was a testament to the beauty of their existence and the fight that lay ahead. A fight that would resonate far beyond the horizon, into the very soul of creation itself. In the dim light of early dawn, a figure flitted across the sky, black wings slicing through the mist like a knife. It was the raven, a creature both feared and revered, carrying whispers of creation in its beak. The world below held its breath, for it was said that raven had the power to shape reality itself, to shift the balance of light and darkness. With each flap of its wings, the air crackled with possibility, a tapestry woven from threads of chaos and genius. In ancient times, when the earth was young and the mountains still whispered secrets, the raven was not merely a bird. It was a trickster, a master of illusion, a creator. The people of the distant past spoke of it in hushed tones, recounting tales of how Raven had stolen the sun from the clutches of a dark and sinister being. It was a story that stirred emotions, igniting the imagination of all who listened. With cunning and wit, the Raven had tricked the Guardian, casting shadows that danced like flames. In that moment, the world was transformed. Light spilled forth, illuminating the valleys and forests, awakening life where there had been only darkness. But Raven's nature was not solely that of a hero. It was a creature of contradictions, embodying both mischief and wisdom. It reveled in the chaos it created, often turning the mundane into the extraordinary. In one tale, Raven tricked a group of animals into believing a great feast awaited them at the top of a mountain. They climbed, hearts pounding with anticipation, only to find a pile of stones. The laughter of the Raven echoed in their ears as it perched above, a shadow against the sunlit sky. Yet there was a lesson woven into that jest. Sometimes the journey holds more value than the destination. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Raven descended into the village. Its eyes gleamed with mischief, and the air thickened with tension. It was a moment suspended in time, where uncertainty reigned. The people watched, entranced, as Raven landed before them, a symbol of possibility. They could feel the weight of its presence, pulsing with the energy of countless stories waiting to be told. "Gather, gather," Raven cawed, its voice a melodic mix of urgency and playfulness. The villagers leaned in, their hearts racing. What new tricks would Raven unveil? What creation would emerge from this enigmatic being? Raven was known not just for its cunning. It was a creator of stories and legends. With every tale spun, it breathed life into the world, crafting realities that shimmered like stars in the night sky. With an exaggerated flourish, Raven began to weave a new tale, one of a great flood that would sweep across the land. It painted a vivid picture of chaos, a world turned upside down, where the rivers overflowed and the mountains wept. The villagers gasped, their imaginations igniting with fear and fascination. But then, just as quickly, Raven revealed a twist. Out of the flood emerged a beautiful new land, lush and vibrant, full of promise and renewal. It was a cycle, one of death and rebirth, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope flickers like a flame. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a storm brewed on the horizon, mirroring the tumultuous emotions surging within the crowd. The air was electric, charged with anticipation. Raven flapped its wings, summoning the winds, and with a mischievous glint in its eye, it challenged nature itself. The villagers watched in awe as the clouds twisted and turned, forming shapes that danced across the sky. A dragon, a great eagle, a serpent, the very essence of imagination soared above them. In the midst of this chaos, Raven could feel the fear rising in the hearts of the villagers. It was a potent reminder of its role as both creator and trickster. With a swift movement, Raven conjured a brilliant flash of light, illuminating the dark clouds with a cascade of colors. It was a spectacle unlike any other, beauty arising from the storm. Gasps of wonder filled the air, and the fear began to ebb, replaced by exhilaration. The people understood now. Raven was not their enemy, but a guide through the tempest of existence. As the storm settled and the last echoes of thunder faded, Raven approached the villagers once more. It was now a figure of transformation, a being that had taken the darkest fears and spun them into the brightest hopes. With a flourish of its wing, it scattered seeds of creation among the people. Each seed carried the essence of a story, a possibility waiting to unfold. The villagers felt a surge of energy, an awakening that blossomed within them, igniting their own creativity. Yet the air was thick with uncertainty. What would they create? What stories would arise from the ashes of their fears? Raven, the trickster and creator, watched with keen eyes, knowing that the true magic lay not in its own actions, but in the hands of those it inspired. The tension hung in the air, electric and palpable, the weight of potential resting upon their shoulders. As night fell and the stars twinkled overhead, the villagers gathered in small groups, buzzing with ideas, their conversations a whirlwind of thoughts and dreams. Just beyond their campfires, Raven perched silently, observing the transformation. It was a moment that felt timeless, as if the very fabric of existence was shifting and reshaping itself before their eyes. But Raven was not done yet. With a sudden flap of its wings, it took to the sky once more, soaring high above the village. It called out to the moon, challenging it to a playful duel. The moon flickered, casting a magical glow on the earth, and in that moment, Raven became a silhouette against a luminous backdrop. The villagers looked up, eyes wide with wonder, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown. What lay ahead? What would the Raven create next? The night was alive with questions, each one a spark igniting the imagination. The roles of creator and trickster intertwined seamlessly, promising tales yet to be told, legends yet to be born. It was clear that the Raven was not just a spectator. It was an integral part of the unfolding drama of life, a catalyst for change, an eternal whisper of possibility that lingered on the edge of every soul present, urging them to embrace the unknown. In the beginning, the world was a blank canvas, draped in a deep, velvety darkness. Stars flickered in distant realms, but the earth below lay still and silent, waiting for life to break through the void. It was here, in this hushed expanse, that a whisper of creation stirred. Something extraordinary was about to happen. From the depths of that darkness, a soft glow began to form. It was not just light, it was warmth that carried the essence of life itself, vibrating with potential. The earth shivered, and as if answering a call, the land began to swell and shift. Mountains erupted like the back of a great beast, rivers carved their paths through the earth with fierce determination, and the winds danced playfully, carrying the scent of new beginnings. But even amidst all this splendor, a longing hung in the air, a yearning for companionship, for connection. The earth, alive and teeming with spirit, cradled its creations like a mother. Yet there was an emptiness that echoed through the valleys and mountains. This emptiness whispered for balance, for a counterpart to the life that swirled in vibrant chaos. And then, with a crackling energy that resonated through every fiber of existence, she was born. The first woman emerged from the very soil, her form sculpted from the clay of the earth, nurtured by the waters of the rivers and the breath of the winds. Her skin gleamed with the hues of the earth, a palette of browns and greens, imbued with the life force of nature itself. She opened her eyes, and the world flooded into her being, a magnificent tapestry of colors, sounds, and sensations. Her heart pulsed with rhythm, aligned with the beat of the universe. In that moment, she was not just a woman. She was the embodiment of creation, a bridge between the earth and the heavens. The trees bowed gently as she walked past. Flowers leaned toward her, blooming brighter in her presence. Animals gathered around her, drawn by an instinctual bond that transcended words. They recognized her not as a stranger, but as their sister, the keeper of the earth's secrets. As she moved through this vivid landscape, She felt the weight of her purpose press against her chest. She was to nurture, to create, and to love. But alongside that warmth, a flicker of fear took root. Would she be enough? The world was vast and complex, unfurling in ways she could scarcely comprehend. Her spirit trembled with the enormity of the responsibility that lay ahead. Days turned into nights, and with each passing moment, she learned. She looked to the stars for guidance, watching how they danced in the sky, weaving stories of ancient wisdom. She listened to the whispers of the wind as it rustled through the leaves, sharing the tales of the earth's history. Each sound, each sight, filled her with knowledge, igniting a fire within her soul. But there were shadows too, growing in the corners of her heart. The earth, though wild and beautiful, had its challenges. Storms would sweep through, uprooting the very life she cherished. The animals would clash in their struggles for survival, and the rivers would rage in their fury. In the midst of this chaos, she felt small and vulnerable. How could she bring harmony to a world so fraught with conflict? And yet, with every storm that passed, she grew stronger. She learned to dance with the tempest, to embrace the chaos. She began to weave a tapestry of life, planting seeds in the fertile soil, nurturing them until they blossomed into vibrant blooms. The earth responded with gratitude, offering her a bounty of fruits and grains, turning her fears into fuel for her passion. But as her power grew, so did her realization that she was not alone. Around her, the earth began to stir with the presence of others. The first man appeared, sculpted from the same clay. His spirit intertwined with hers. When their eyes met, the universe held its breath. Together, they ignited a spark, a flame of creation that promised to change everything. Their bond was electric, a dance of balance, a push and pull that mirrored the rhythm of the earth itself. As they explored the land together, laughter filled the air, echoing through the valleys. They climbed mountains, swam in rivers, and shared stories beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. With each passing day, their connection deepened. It was a bond of love and respect, one that celebrated their differences while honoring their shared destiny. Yet, with their union came the awareness of choices. Choices that would shape not only their lives, but that of the earth itself. The weight of these choices pressed heavily upon their hearts. They knew they held the power to create or destroy, to nurture or neglect. Would they tend to the land, or would they let greed and fear guide them astray? In the midst of their joy, a shadow loomed on the horizon. The whispers of a darker force began to echo through the valleys, seeking to unravel the harmony they had woven. It carried a coldness, a hunger that threatened to consume everything they had built. It was a test of their resolve, a challenge to the very essence of their bond. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within them. They understood that their love was not just a refuge, it was a powerful force. Together, they could stand against the storm. They were guardians of the earth, protectors of life, and they would face whatever darkness approached with courage and unity. As they embraced the challenges that lay ahead, they felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath their feet, an unwavering rhythm that echoed the promise of life itself. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays that danced across the landscape. A reminder that even in the darkest times, light would always return. Together, with hearts intertwined and spirits aflame, they stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited them, knowing that their story was just beginning, a tale of love, resilience, and the enduring bond between humanity and the earth. And as they ventured forth, the world held its breath, waiting to reveal its next chapter, each heartbeat echoing the promise of creation still to come. The rivers ran like silver threads through the emerald fabric of the land, weaving a world where every heartbeat echoed with the rhythm of nature. It was here, beneath the vast expanse of sky, that the salmon people thrived, a community tightly woven into the very essence of their surroundings. As the sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the water, the air filled with the sounds of laughter mingled with the rush of the current. Children played along the banks, their feet splashing in the shallow water, dancing like the salmon that leaped joyfully upstream. For the salmon people, the river was more than just a source of life. It was a sacred bond that connected them to their ancestors, to the earth, and to each other. Generations had thrived on the bounty of the waters, their lives intertwined with the annual migration of the salmon. With every catch, there came a profound sense of gratitude and respect, a silent acknowledgement that the fish were not mere resources, but kinfolk in a cosmic cycle of life and death. Elders spoke of the days when the rivers teemed with fish, so thick one could walk across their backs. They gathered in circles around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the glow, recounting tales of the fish that returned home, whispering wisdom passed down through time. Each story was laced with emotion, a reminder of the harmony that existed between the people and the land. Their words carried the weight of history, a heartwarming tapestry of intertwined lives. Yet, beneath the surface of this idyllic existence, tension simmered like a storm on the horizon. As the seasons changed, so too did the fortunes of the salmon people. The encroachment of outsiders began to disrupt their sacred relationship with the river. The whispers of machinery and the clang of industry crept into their world, threatening to drown out the songs of their ancestors. The very waters that had cradled their culture were now tainted by foreign hands. A young boy named Awan felt this shift deeply. His heart raced as he watched the elders gather, concern etched into their faces like the lines of the ancient trees that surrounded them. "What will happen to the salmon?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, fear punctuating each word. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and sorrow. "We must stand together, my child," a wise woman said, her voice steady yet soft. "The salmon are our spirit. We cannot let them vanish." The connection between the salmon people and the river was not merely physical, but spiritual, rooted in a profound understanding of balance. They knew that the health of the fish was tied to the health of the land. When the rivers ran clear, the salmon thrived, and the people flourished. Yet, as the seasons turned, signs of stress emerged. The once abundant fish became elusive, their numbers dwindling as pollution crept into their watery home. The elders reclaimed their voices, rallying the community to take action, to fight for the very heart of their existence. With hands clasped and hearts united, they formed a circle along the riverbank, chanting prayers that rose like smoke into the evening sky. The words flowed like the current, a call to the spirits of the salmon, asking for protection and guidance. Awan joined in, feeling the pulse of the river beneath his feet, his voice mingling with the whispers of his ancestors. In this moment, he understood that he was part of something far greater than himself, a lineage that stretched back through centuries, woven into the fabric of the universe. As days turned into weeks, the salmon people took to the waters with renewed resolve. They fished with intention, honoring each catch with rituals steeped in tradition. They shared their bounty, weaving a web of community that celebrated not just their survival, but their interconnectedness. With every fish they honored, they rekindled a connection to their past and a hopeful vision for the future. But the struggle was far from over. Battles loomed on the horizon as their pleas for help went unanswered, their voices drowned out by the roar of industry. Awan watched helplessly as the river churned with sediment, its once pristine waters darkened by the weight of machinery. The laughter of children faded, replaced by the echoes of despair. The elders' faces grew weary, shadows of worry etched deeper into their skin. Then came a storm, a tempest that lashed the land, the wind howling like a wolf, fierce and untamed. The river swelled, angry and swollen, red with the aftermath of destruction. The salmon people huddled together, fear gripping their hearts as they clung to one another, a united front against the chaos that threatened to tear them apart. Nature, it seemed, had turned its back on them. In the midst of this turmoil, Awan emerged as a beacon of hope. He felt the spirits of the salmon around him, urging him to take a stand. Inspired by the stories of his ancestors, he gathered the courage to speak out, to draw attention to the plight of his people and the sacred river they called home. With the elders by his side, he called for a gathering, an assembly of voices that would rise above the noise. The day of the gathering dawned bright and clear. People from far and wide arrived, each carrying their own stories of loss and love for the salmon and the river. As Awan stood before the crowd, he felt the weight of history upon his shoulders. The faces around him were filled with determination and hope, a tapestry of stories woven together by a shared love for the land. With every word he spoke, the connection to nature echoed in their hearts, a reminder that they were not just fighting for the fish, but for their very way of life. The sound of the river flowed through him, a steady heartbeat that guided his voice. He could almost hear the salmon leaping, feel their struggle against the current, and with each story shared, the spirit of resilience ignited like a flame. As the gathering reached its climax, a collective promise hung in the air, a commitment to protect the river and the salmon, to honor their ancestors and the land that had given them so much. The salmon people would not be silenced. Their connection to nature was a force as powerful as the tides, a bond that could not be broken. Together, they would rise, fueled by the pulse of the river and the strength of the community that surrounded them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the salmon people stood united, a living testament to the power of connection. The river flowed on, unwavering, a symbol of hope amid the storm. The echoes of their ancestors lingered in the air, urging them forward, reminding them that this was only the beginning of their fight, a fight for survival, a fight for their future, and a fight for the spirits that resided within the sacred waters. The night air crackled with an eerie energy as a raven circled above, its wings cutting through the darkness like a shadow, watching with intelligent eyes. In many cultures, the raven was not simply a bird, it was a trickster, a shapeshifter, a being that existed somewhere between the mortal world and the divine. This creature, often seen as a harbinger of doom, was also a symbol of transformation, capable of changing its form and bending reality itself. Legends whispered in quiet corners of ancient campsites told of a time when the raven could slip seamlessly between the worlds of man and beast. It would emerge as a dark-haired woman, her smile both enchanting and terrifying. Or a mighty warrior clad in feathers, wielding the power of the sky. In these stories, the raven was not merely a spectator to life's events. It was a participant, a catalyst for change, forever intertwined with the fates of those who dared to cross its path. In the chilly twilight of a forgotten village, a gathering of folk wrapped in furs listened intently as a shaman recalled the tale of Kaela, a raven spirit who once roamed the earth in human form. Kaela was said to have the ability to transform at will, often appearing as a beautiful woman with hair as dark as night. She was a healer, a protector of her people, and a bearer of wisdom passed down from the ancients. But with great power came an insatiable curiosity. One fateful evening, Kaela decided to attend a festival in human guise, drawn to the laughter and lights that flickered like stars on earth. As she mingled among the villagers, her laughter rang like a melodic chime, weaving through the hearts of all who heard it. Yet, hidden beneath her smile, lay a restlessness. She felt the pull of the raven inside her, the urge to flap her wings and soar above the festivities, to see the world from the sky. And so, just as the moon reached its zenith, she slipped away, transforming back into her true form, a sleek black raven gliding effortlessly into the night. From the sky, Kaela saw a scene that would forever change her life. Below, the village was ablaze with joy, but darkness crept at the edges, a shadow waiting to engulf the light. A silence fell over the festivities as a figure cloaked in darkness emerged, a sorcerer whose heart was twisted with jealousy. He sought to steal the village's joy, to snuff out the laughter and replace it with despair. Kaela, sensing the danger, dove toward the ground, pulling her power from the depths of her being. As she landed, her form shifted once more, and she stood before the sorcerer as a woman, fierce and unyielding. The villagers gasped as she confronted the darkness that threatened their happiness. With words that crackled like fire, Kaela called upon the spirits of the air, the earth, and the water. The elements responded to her plea, swirling around her, creating a tempest that made the ground tremble. As the sorcerer unleashed his dark magic, shadows rose from the ground, clawing at the light. But Kaela stood firm, her eyes blazing with determination. "You will not take their joy," she cried, and with that declaration, a brilliant flash of light erupted from her hands. The villagers watched in awe as the storm surged, a clash of light and dark that sent shivers down their spines. The raven spirit fought fiercely, her power intertwined with the very essence of life. In that moment, Kaela embodied the spirit of the raven, a guardian of balance, a symbol of transformation that transcended mere physical form. The very ground beneath her feet vibrated with the energy of ages past, as tales of her ancestors whispered through the winds. The spirits of the ravens that had come before her surged through her, lending strength to her fight. With one final surge of energy, Kaela unleashed a wave of brilliance that washed over the sorcerer, unraveling his darkness and leaving nothing but echoes of his malice. The villagers erupted into cheers, their joy restored, their lives preserved. Kaela, breathless and triumphant, felt the warmth of their gratitude wrap around her like a cloak. Yet, even as the revelry spread, a haunting sense lingered in her heart. The power to transform came with a cost, and the balance she fought for was precarious. As night deepened, the villagers celebrated their victory, but Kaela wandered to the edge of the forest, staring up at the stars. Each twinkling light reminded her of the spirits that guided her, and of the thin line she walked between two worlds. In her heart, she knew that the darkness could return, that balance was a fragile thing. The raven stirred within her, a reminder of the ever-shifting nature of life. As she released her human form, sprouting wings that gleamed under the moonlight, Kaela soared into the sky once again, a silhouette against the glowing orb above. She flew higher and higher, her heart racing with freedom, feeling both the weight and the lightness of her existence. But the night was not done with its secrets. Below, in the shadows of the trees, a pair of eyes watched Kaela's ascent. The sorcerer, humiliated yet vengeful, had not been defeated for long. He had retreated to the dark corners of the earth, where magic twisted and turned like smoke. He plotted and schemed, waiting for the moment to strike, when Kaela would least expect it. With every flap of her wings, Kaela felt the pull of destiny. The transformation of the raven was not just a tale of power, but a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. The lines between friends and foes blurred in the moonlight. As she glided through the night, whispers of ancient prophecies echoed in her mind, revealing hints of challenges yet to come. Kaela knew that her story was far from over. With each transformation, a piece of her essence lingered in the world below. The villagers slept peacefully, unaware of the shadows gathering just beyond their dreams. In the quiet of that night, the journey of the raven, both in its forms and its purpose, continued to unfold, forever intertwined with the threads of fate. The storm raged fiercely outside, lightning tearing through the sky, illuminating the ancient cedar trees that stood like sentinels around the village. Within the warm glow of a flickering fire, the villagers huddled together, eyes wide with anticipation. Tonight was no ordinary night. It was a night for stories, stories that would spark pride and bravery in every heart. In the center of this gathering sat Kawags, a name that echoed through the ages, a figure whose heroic deeds shaped the very fabric of their culture. Kawags was not merely a warrior, he was a legend. With every tale told, the fire crackled as if it too were eager to add its voice to the resonance of his name. The stories of his valor, passed down from generation to generation, were woven with strands of courage and sacrifice. Each retelling sent shivers down the spines of listeners, igniting a fire of inspiration in their souls. They recounted the day he single-handedly defended the shores from invading forces, his spear piercing the hearts of enemies with unwavering precision. As the villagers closed their eyes, they could almost see him standing tall, a silhouette against the stormy sea, muscles taut and fierce determination etched on his face. But the tales of Kiawags went beyond mere battles. They spoke of a man who understood the delicate balance between strength and compassion. One evening, after a fierce confrontation, he found a wounded enemy left for dead on the battlefield. Instead of delivering the final blow, he knelt beside the man, offering water from his own skin, whispering words of peace. The villagers gasped at the audacity of his mercy, a stark reminder that even in times of war, humanity could prevail. They felt warmth blossom in their chests, a testament to the belief that true strength lies in the ability to forgive. The fire popped and crackled, sending sparks into the darkened sky. The villagers leaned closer, as if drawn to the warmth of Kiawags' spirit. They spoke of his many quests, a fearless journey to the sacred mountain, where he sought the wisdom of the spirits that guided their ancestors. Rain poured down in torrents during that pilgrimage, yet with each step, he felt the weight of his people on his shoulders. He climbed higher, driven by the thought of those who looked to him for guidance and protection. The mountain tested him, but Kaawags did not falter. His resolve was as unyielding as the stone beneath his feet. The villagers held their breath, feeling the chill of the mountain air and the struggle of their hero etched in each word. Tension mounted as they reached the tale of his greatest challenge, a monstrous creature that had plagued the village, stealing away their fish and haunting their dreams. The details of that night were woven with dread and suspense. With only a spear and a heart filled with righteous fury, Ka'auags faced the beast, which loomed like a shadowy nightmare. The villagers gasped, reliving the moment he emerged from the foliage, the moonlight glinting off his spear, determination burning in his eyes. The clash was loud, a symphony of roars and shouts, of nature colliding with the indomitable spirit of a man. Every heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of the battle, and as they recollected the triumph, their hearts swelled with pride. Ka'auags had not just fought, he had danced with destiny, twirling around the creature with unmatched agility, embodying the heartbeat of their people. The villagers erupted into cheers, the rhythm of their voices mingling with the crackling fire, a chorus celebrating the legacy of a man whose deeds would forever resonate in their hearts. Each story carried whispers of teachings and lessons, gems of wisdom that Ka'auags imparted. Strength is not merely physical, he would say, but a pathway forged through understanding and respect. The villagers felt the weight of those words, the power of compassion and courage intertwined. They remembered how he taught them to honor the land, to respect the spirits of the forest, and to recognize that their strength came from unity. As the night deepened, the tales began to shift. They spoke of the laughter that Ka'auags brought to their lives, his quick wit and playful spirit lighting up the darkest days. They recalled the time he organized races along the river, his laughter ringing like a melody in the air, lifting their spirits even during hard times. The villagers felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them, an ache for the simplicity of joy that Ka'auags embodied. But shadows loomed, too. They whispered of the night he disappeared, a shroud of mystery enveloping his departure. The stories grew quieter, more solemn, as the fire flickered and the wind howled outside. The villagers felt a profound loss. The legacy of Ka'auags was not just in his victories, but in the absence of his physical form. They shared their hopes that he still watched over them, that his spirit lingered in the winds that rustled the leaves, in the waters that flowed freely, nurturing the very land he fought to protect. The tension in the air thickened, a bittersweet mix of pride and longing. The stories may have ended, but the echoes of Ka'auags' heroic deeds lived on in the hearts of every villager. They were not just tales of the past, they were a call to action, a reminder of the strength that coursed through their veins. As the last flicker of the fire cast a warm glow on their faces, the villagers felt an unbreakable bond, a unity forged in the spirit of their hero. With the storm still raging outside, they knew that the echoes of Ka'auags would guide them through any tempest. The stories were a thread, weaving them together, binding their past to their present, and propelling them into a future filled with hope and resilience. In that moment, as the final word hung in the air, it was clear that Ka'auags was not just a figure of history, but a living force within them, urging them to rise, to be brave, and to carry forth the legacy of a true hero. The night was far from over. It was brimming with the promise of what was yet to come, and the villagers stood ready to embrace it. In the quiet shadows of history, beneath the vast expanse of a star-studded sky, two celestial beings danced. The sun, a radiant ball of fire, spilled golden light across the world, while the moon, a soft and silvery specter, cloaked the night in a tender glow. Their story was woven into the very fabric of time, whispered by the winds and sung by the rivers, echoing through ancient civilizations and across distant lands. But it was a tale of love that transcended mere existence, a tale that spoke of a bond forged in the fiery depths of passion and the cool embrace of longing. In the earliest days, when the earth was young and the heavens were still learning to shine, the sun and moon were said to be lovers, each longing to reach the other across the endless void of the sky. The sun, with its fierce and unwavering light, desired to illuminate the moon's silver surface, while the moon, ever faithful and serene, ached for the sun's warmth to wrap around it, a comforting blanket against the chill of the night. As the days turned to months, and months morphed into years, their love story unfolded in the myths of ancient cultures. The Egyptians spoke of their bond in sacred hieroglyphs, depicting Ra, the sun god, and Khonsu, the moon god, as celestial lovers destined to unite. In their tales, the sky was painted with hues of gold and silver, a canvas showcasing the eternal dance of day and night, always reaching, always yearning. Yet, their love was not without challenges. The sun, bold and vibrant, often grew impatient. "Why must we be separated?" it would cry, sending rays of fiery light into the darkness, scattering shadows across the earth. But the moon, gentle and wise, would respond softly. "Patience, beloved, our time will come. The night is my domain, and I must cherish it." As the world turned beneath them, the earth itself felt the pulse of their love. The tides rose and fell, a rhythmic heartbeat echoing the pull of the moon, while the flowers bloomed and wilted, swaying to the sun's vibrant warmth. Every creature, great and small, understood that the sun and moon were not simply celestial bodies. They were intertwined souls, destined for each other, caught in an eternal cycle of yearning. One fateful evening, as twilight cast its soft hues across the horizon, a celestial event unfolded. The stars twinkled as though in anticipation, holding their breath. The sun, in a fit of longing, decided to reach out to the moon. A moment of alignment drew near, an eclipse that would allow them to touch for the briefest of moments. It was a phenomenon that had been foretold through the ages, a chance for their love to be manifest in the world below. As the moon began to rise, the sun felt a surge of excitement. Radiant beams of light stretched across the sky, spilling over mountains and valleys, igniting the world in a blaze of colors. The moon followed, a silvery orb climbing higher and higher, glowing with an ethereal beauty. The two celestial entities moved closer, driven by an unquenchable desire to finally unite, even if only for an instant. The moment was electric. The earth held its breath, and time seemed to freeze. The sun's light flickered as it enveloped the moon. For a heartbeat, the sky turned an exquisite shade of twilight, a breathtaking fusion of gold and silver. In that ephemeral embrace, the universe exhaled, waves of energy coursing through the air. The lovers had merged, even if just for a fleeting heartbeat. But as the moment passed, darkness began to creep back in, the celestial bodies separating as quickly as they had united. A deep sadness washed over the realms of light and shadow. The sun, blistering with emotion, shed tears of molten gold that poured down upon the earth, while the moon, wrapped in a veil of sorrow, cast a soft silver light, illuminating the night with its gentle glow. All across the world, people looked up at the sky in awe, captivated by the spectacle. They felt the weight of the sun's grief, the moon's longing, and they too yearned for the unattainable. Tales began to spread through villages and towns, stories of love that could conquer time and space, and the pain of separation. In the hearts of children, the legend grew, igniting a spark of hope that one day the sun and moon would unite for all eternity. In the years that followed, the celestial lovers became emblems of love's enduring power. Poets wrote sonnets in their honor. Artists painted murals that captured the brilliance of their union. Every eclipse became a celebration, a moment when the world paused to remember that love, even when separated by distance, could shine brighter than any star. As eons drifted by, the sun remained a steadfast beacon, illuminating the lives of countless beings. The moon became a guardian of dreams, watching over the earth with a soft, tender light. Yet, their hearts ever remained entwined, forever echoing in the whispers of lovers beneath the night sky. And so, the tale continued, timeless and unyielding. The sun would rise, casting its golden rays over the land, while the moon would follow, bathing the world in a gentle luminescence. They would dance and drift, separated by the vast canvas of the heavens, but always aware of each other's presence. With each cycle, they fell in love anew. A reminder that even in separation, their bond was unbreakable. As the celestial dance played on, an unseen force gathered strength, a suspenseful harmony that promised more than just a story of love. The world watched, hearts racing, as the next chapter in this celestial saga began to unfold. A new alignment was approaching, one that could change the very fabric of the heavens and the fate of those who revered the sun and moon. The ocean roared like a wild beast, its waves crashing against the rocky shore with a fury that sent sprays of salt water into the air. It was a sound that echoed through the small village of Makwa, a place nestled between the dense forest and the restless sea. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their eyes darting to the horizon, where dark clouds loomed ominously, a warning of the chaos that lay ahead. Old stories whispered through the salty breeze, tales of a creature that lurked beneath the surface, a sea monster born of legend and fear. The children would gather by the fire at night, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames as elders recounted the frightening accounts of Makwa, the great and terrible creature. It was said to be as long as a ship, with eyes that glowed like lanterns in the dark water and scales that shimmered like silver in the moonlight. But it was not just a story to frighten children. It was a warning. The ocean had its secrets, and none were to be taken lightly. One stormy night, when the wind howled like a pack of wolves and the rain fell in relentless sheets, a young boy named Kimo stood at the edge of the shore, his heart pounding in rhythm with the crashing waves. He was captivated by the sea, drawn to its power and mystery. The villagers had always told him to stay away from the water during storms, but something deep inside him urged him to draw closer. It was as if the ocean called to him, resonating with a longing he couldn't quite understand. As lightning split the sky, illuminating the dark waters for a brief moment, Kimo thought he saw a shadow moving beneath the surface. It was massive, gliding through the depths with an elegance that belied its size. He squinted, straining his eyes, and for a heartbeat, he believed he caught a glimpse of glowing eyes watching him. The tales echoed in his mind, tales of sailors who had vanished, swallowed by the depths, their cries lost to the waves. Fear gripped his heart, but alongside it came a thrilling curiosity that ignited his spirit. The villagers had long abandoned the idea of confronting the monster, believing that appeasing it was their only hope. Offerings of fish and trinkets were left on the shore, a desperate plea for the creature to remain undisturbed. But Chemo felt different. He was not afraid of the monster. He was drawn to it. The sea had a voice, a song that beckoned him to listen. On the following day, the storm had passed, leaving a calm sea glistening under the sun. Chemo could not shake the vision of the beast from his mind. His heart raced as he decided to venture out in a small canoe, the only vessel he could find. He paddled away from the shore, his determination pushing him further into the embrace of the ocean. Each stroke of the paddle felt like a step into the unknown, and with every splash, he grew more certain that he was meant to discover the truth about Makwa. As he drifted further, the water grew colder, and a sense of foreboding settled over him. The once inviting sea transformed into a vast and desolate expanse. Chemo could hear the distant call of gulls, but their cries felt like warnings now, echoing the fears of the villagers. Yet, he pressed on, the thrill of adventure coursing through his veins. Suddenly, a massive wave rose up, crashing against his canoe and sending it tumbling sideways. Panic surged within him as he struggled to keep his balance. Just when it seemed he would be swallowed by the ocean, the wave receded, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. Then, as if in answer to the storm, the waters began to churn. Chemo gasped as the surface erupted in a flurry of movement. Dark shapes surged beneath the waves, swirling and darting like shadows in a nightmare. His heart raced, and fear gripped him once more, but it was soon replaced by a strange exhilaration. The water roiled, and then, rising like a mountain out of the sea, was the figure of Makwa. The creature emerged in a spectacular display, water cascading off its massive body. Scales glimmering in the sunlight, it looked both fearsome and magnificent. Chemo's breath caught in his throat as he beheld the creature's glowing eyes, which seemed to hold the depth of the ocean and the wisdom of ages. For a moment, time stood still. The world around him faded, and it was just him and the beast, locked in an ancient dance of curiosity and fear. Makwa regarded Chemo with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. In that moment, he understood that the stories were not just tales meant to frighten. They were warnings, yes, but they were also a call to something greater. The monster was not simply a beast. Makwa was tied to the spirit of the ocean itself, a guardian of its depths and the secrets it held. With a sudden movement, the creature dove back into the water, sending waves crashing over Chemo's canoe. He struggled to keep afloat, his heart pounding, as he realized he was not just witnessing a legend, but becoming part of it. The sea roared in response, the air thick with tension, and Chemo understood that to confront Makwa was to confront the fears that gripped his people. Then, something extraordinary happened. The water around him began to shimmer, and from its depths emerged a path of light, illuminating the way forward. Chemo felt an undeniable pull, a sense of purpose that overcame his fear. With a hesitant but determined heart, he guided his canoe toward the shimmering path, the whispers of the ocean calling him to follow. Little did he know, the journey he was about to embark on would not only test his courage, but would unravel the ties between the villagers and the sea monster, a bond that had been forgotten over generations. The ocean had its secrets, but with every stroke of his paddle, Chemo would uncover the truth hidden beneath the waves, a truth that would change everything and awaken the spirits of those who had long walked the shores of Makwa. The damp, earthy scent of the forest filled the air, mingling with the crisp, salty breeze that swept in from the ocean. Towering above everything like sentinels of time, The cedar trees stood proud and unwavering, their thick trunks a deep, rich brown. Their branches stretched wide, reaching for the sky as if whispering ancient secrets to the clouds. In the Haida culture, these trees were more than just wood. They were life itself, the very essence of existence woven into the stories, passed down through generations. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the forest floor, a group of Haida children gathered around an elder, their eyes wide with curiosity. The elder's voice, resonant and warm, floated through the air like the call of a distant bird. "Listen closely, my young ones," she began, her gaze drifting to the towering cedars. "For the stories of our people are written in their bark and sung in their leaves." With every word, the children felt a flutter of excitement in their chests, a spark igniting in their imaginations. The elder spoke of the cedar's sacredness, how it provided shelter and sustenance for the Haida people. From its mighty trunk, they crafted canoes that glided silently over the water, able to chase the salmon and evade the storms. The cedar was a protector, guiding them through life's turbulent waters. "Imagine," the elder continued, "the first Haida to stand beneath a cedar's sheltering branches. The rain poured down like 1,000 drumming fingers, but under the cedar, they were dry and safe. They looked up, feeling the strength of the tree, and knew they would never be alone as long as the cedar stood." The children leaned in closer, the weight of history connecting them to their ancestors. As the tales unfolded, they spoke of the cedar's bark, used to weave intricate baskets and create the traditional clothing that wrapped around their bodies like a warm embrace. Each strand carried with it the heartbeat of the forest, a testament to their ancestors' skill and respect for the land. The elder's voice quivered with emotion, each story layered with reverence, pride, and a touch of sorrow. "Every part of the cedar is alive with spirit," she said, her eyes sparkling in the fading light. "When we honor the cedar, we honor ourselves." The stories flowed like the rivers that meandered through the Haida Gwaii, each one revealing a deeper connection to the earth and sky. The children felt the weight of their heritage pressing against their hearts, stirring something powerful within them. A sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves overhead, sending a cascade of needles fluttering down like green confetti. The elder paused, her gaze piercing the treetops as if searching for an unseen force. "There are those who forget," she whispered, "who see only wood, not the soul of the tree. But we, the Haida, we remember. Each cedar has a story, a history woven into its very being." In the depths of the forest, a haunting tale emerged, one that spoke of a great cedar that had once sheltered a village. A long time ago, the people celebrated the return of the salmon, the lifeblood of their community. Laughter danced through the air, mingling with the sound of drumming as families gathered beneath the cedar. But one fateful night, darkness fell. A storm unlike any other bore down upon them, fierce and unrelenting. The villagers huddled close, praying for the cedar to protect them. As the winds howled and the rain lashed down, the cedar held strong, its roots digging deeper into the earth, grasping the soil with a tenacity that defied nature. The villagers felt the tree's strength, a bond forged through love and respect. When dawn broke, they emerged from the storm, the cedar standing tall, its branches still swaying gently in the breeze. They rejoiced, their hearts swelling with gratitude, forever changed by the cedar's unwavering presence. The children gasped, feeling the weight of that night press down upon them. They could almost hear the crack of thunder, feel the tremor of fear in the ground, beneath their feet. Each story breathed life into the cedar, transforming it from mere wood into a living testament of survival and resilience. They understood then, in the marrow of their bones, that the cedar was a bridge, a connection to their past, anchoring them to their culture. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the elder's voice softened. There are those who tell the stories of the cedar, and there are those who live them. Be the guardians of these tales, share them with your children, and they will carry the spirit of the cedar into the future. With her final words, a hush fell over the group, the weight of the stories settling in their hearts, like the gentle touch of a mother's hand. The forest around them seemed to breathe, the cedars standing watch as the stars began to twinkle in the vast, dark expanse of the sky. In that moment, the children felt the cedar's spirit wrap around them, a warm blanket of protection against the world's harshness. Time stood still, and the atmosphere crackled with energy, like the first spark of a flame. The stories were not merely reminders of the past. They were alive, pulsing with emotion, ready to be shared and retold, to echo through time. An unbreakable bond formed between the children and the cedars, a promise that the tales would never fade. The elder smiled, watching their reverence, knowing that their connection to the cedar would endure, even as the world outside changed. Beneath the canopy of stars, the stories woven into the very fabric of their being began to take root, intertwining with their dreams, guiding them through the shadows, lighting the way to a future rich with history and heart. Each breath they took felt like a vow, a commitment to honor the cedar, to keep the stories alive. And so, as they sat surrounded by the ancient trees, the night wrapped around them like a protective cloak, the cedar's spirit lingered, whispering that the cycle of life, love, and legacy would continue, eternally entwined in the fabric of their stories and their souls. In the dim glow of twilight, a lone figure stood at the edge of a misty shoreline, the salty breeze tugging at their cloak. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks echoed like distant whispers of the ancestors, stories buried in the sands of time. This was a sacred place, where the living met the spirits of the departed, and where the rich tapestry of Haida beliefs wove together life and afterlife in a most profound manner. The Haida, proud people of the Pacific Northwest, have long understood that death is not an end, but a transformation. They believe that once a person leaves this world, they embark on a journey that transcends the physical realm, transitioning into a vibrant existence among the spirits. This belief permeates their culture, reflected in their art, songs, and rituals. A haunting melody played in the background, as if the voices of the departed were calling forth to those still living. Stories tell of a great chief who passed away, leaving behind a legacy of strength and wisdom. His family, steeped in sorrow, gathered at the water's edge, each one holding a totem carved from cedar wood, intricately adorned with symbols that represented their connection to him. They placed the totems in the water, a gesture of love and remembrance. As the tide ebbed and flowed, so did their tears. The waters took their grief, transforming it into a rhythmic dance of hope. The waves seemed to carry the chief's spirit, guiding him to the afterlife where he would watch over them, a sentinel of the ocean. The Haida's view of the afterlife is not merely one of waiting. It is an active journey filled with challenges and rewards. It is said that the souls must navigate a series of trials, encountering shadowy figures and fierce waves, testing their resolve and courage. Those who succeed are welcomed into the spirit world with open arms, where they become part of a great community, living among the stars and the winds, forever intertwined with nature. In Haida belief, the spirits of the departed often return as animals, embodying the traits and wisdom of their human forms. A grandmother, who treasured her family above all else, may become a wise old owl, guiding her descendants with her keen sight. Children are told to listen for the whispers of the wind or the rustle of leaves, for these are the voices of loved ones, offering guidance and comfort. It creates a bond that endures beyond the grave, fostering a sense of continuity and belonging. In the villages, elders share tales of the spirit world, gathering young ones around flickering fires. The crackle of burning wood fills the air, mingling with the soft laughter and eager questions of children, their eyes wide with wonder. "What happens when we die?" they ask, and the elders respond with stories of transformation and rebirth. They speak of the great raven, a trickster who holds the secrets of life and death, flying high above the clouds, watching over the world with an all-knowing gaze. The relentless march of time brings change, yet the essence of the Haida beliefs remains steadfast. When a community member passes away, the traditional practices surrounding death become a powerful act of remembrance. The people gather, draping themselves in ceremonial regalia, voices raised in song that reverberates through the trees, calling upon the spirits to join them. They believe that the essence of the deceased lingers in the laughter, in the stories recounted, and in the love shared. One such night, under a blanket of stars, a group of women gathered to honor a beloved matriarch who had just departed. They sang songs of her life, their voices rising like smoke into the night sky, carrying their love with it. Each note was a reminder of her strength, her wisdom, and the indelible mark she left on their hearts. In that moment, among the echoes of their grief, there was also a celebration, a recognition that she was not truly gone, but had moved to another plane, forever a part of their lives. As dawn broke, the sun cast a golden glow over the ocean, illuminating the path to the afterlife. The Haida believed that the soul journeys across the water, seeking the great island where the spirits reside. This sacred place, often referred to in whispers, becomes a symbol of hope where the ancestors await. The waves crash onto the shore in a rhythmic embrace, as if beckoning the departed closer to their new home, while the living remain anchored to the sandy banks of memory and love. Yet, the afterlife is not simply a serene escape. It is filled with purpose. The spirits continue to play an active role in the lives of their descendants, guiding them, nurturing them, and providing signs that signal their presence. A sudden gust of wind or a fleeting shadow might spark a memory, a gentle reminder that they are never alone. The Haida people feel the weight of these connections, a powerful force that shapes their identity and fortifies their spirit in the face of life's trials. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the waves whispered secrets known only to those who had crossed over. The rhythmic pulse of the ocean seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth itself, a reminder that life and death are intertwined, two sides of the same coin. The living remained, holding on to the stories, the memories, the love that transcended the veil between worlds. Those tales would continue to be told, passed down through generations, keeping the spirits alive in the hearts of the people. Each story, each song, became a thread in the fabric of their culture, binding them together in a tapestry rich with history and meaning. And as the night settled in, a sense of peace enveloped the village, knowing that their loved ones were never truly gone, but instead watching over them from a place where the sun kissed the waves and the moonlight danced upon the water, illuminating the paths of both the living and the departed. As the stars twinkled above, a new chapter awaited, beckoning with its own mysteries and revelations, where the cycle of life and death would continue to intertwine, ever present in the heart of the Haida people. The wind whispered through the tall cedar trees as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. In this sacred space, the Haida people gathered, their breath mingling with the salty air of the Pacific Ocean. Every face was illuminated by the firelight, eyes reflecting not just the flames, but also the spirit of their ancestors. The stories woven into the fabric of their existence echoed in the gentle rustle of the leaves, calling forth the memories of those who had walked before. In Haida mythology, ancestors are not just remnants of the past. They are vibrant forces, alive and intertwined with the lives of the living. The tales told around the flickering flames were not merely stories. They were sacred connections to the past, threads tying the present to the wisdom and knowledge of those who had come before. Each tale carried the weight of history, rich with lessons of love, courage, and the profound understanding of the natural world. The Haida believed that their ancestors lived on in the very land they inhabited. When a child was born, the elders would often gather, their voices rising in harmony, invoking the strength and guidance of the family lineage. They would call upon the spirit of a grandmother who had faced storms of life with grace, or a grandfather whose laughter could fill a room. These ancestral spirits were not ghosts to be feared. They were protectors, guiding the living through life's tumultuous waters. As dusk deepened into night, the stories took on a life of their own. One tale spoke of Raven, a central figure in Haida mythology, who was said to have been born from the darkness, a trickster god with the power to shape reality. In one breath, Raven could create light, and in the next, he could cast shadows. He was a creature of transformation, embodying the duality of creation and destruction. The Haida people believed that Raven carried the wisdom of their ancestors, teaching them to navigate the delicate balance of life. A hush fell over the gathering as an elder rose to speak, his voice resonating with the authority of generations. He recounted the story of the Great Flood, a tale that had been passed down through time. It was said that the ancestors had sent a warning, a vision to the wise ones, urging them to prepare for the coming deluge. The Haida had crafted canoes from cedar and stored food, listening closely to the messages embedded in the world around them. The flood came, but their ancestors had ensured their survival through foresight and preparation. As the elder spoke, the listeners felt a chill run down their spines, for they understood that their connection to the past was not only a source of strength, but also a guide for facing the unknown. Just then, a young girl, wide-eyed with wonder, asked a question that hung heavy in the air. How do we know our ancestors are with us? The crackling fire seemed to pause, the flickering flames reaching out as if to answer. The elder smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He spoke of the signs, the way the tides shifted, the whispers of the trees, and the sudden appearance of an eagle soaring overhead, a reminder of the warriors who had fought for their people. The girl nodded, her heart swelling with the weight of understanding. Ancestors were not bound by time. They were always present, guiding and watching. The stories of ancestors were also tales of loss and resilience. Another voice joined the chorus, recounting the time when the Haida faced the encroachment of foreign forces. The elders had come together, calling upon their ancestors for strength, as the drums beat in rhythm with their hearts. The ancestors answered, filling the warriors with courage. The Haida fought fiercely, not just for their land, but for the spirits of their forebears, who whispered words of bravery in the heat of battle. The air thickened with emotion, each listener feeling the pulse of their heritage, the blood of their ancestors coursing through their veins. As the fire crackled and embers floated into the night sky, the tales shifted to joyous celebrations. The potlatches where the community gathered to honor their lineage, the dances that told the stories of the spirits that guided them. Each movement, every song, was imbued with the essence of those who danced before them. The flickering shadows of the past blended seamlessly with the present, creating a tapestry of culture and memory. Laughter rang out, mingling with the sounds of the ocean, as the Haida people celebrated the life force of their ancestors, ensuring that their legacy would never fade. In the hush that followed, a sense of urgency filled the air. The elders, feeling the weight of the present, reminded the youth of the responsibility they carried. Your actions today will echo in the hearts of your children and their children, they said, their voices fierce with conviction. The flickering light of the fire seemed to pulse with their words, urging the young ones to honor their ancestors by living fully and mindfully. As the night wore on, the stories grew deeper, revealing the complex web of relationships that bound everyone together. Each moment shared was a reminder that the living and the dead were not separate, but intricately intertwined. The Haida believed that the spirits of their ancestors walked beside them in every decision, in every choice made for the good of the community. The power of the past was alive, guiding them through the uncertainties of the future. Amidst the gathering, a soft sound broke through the night, a distant call of an owl echoing through the trees. The elder paused, his gaze turning skyward, sensing a message carried on the wind. It was a reminder that the ancestors were always listening. They were active participants in the lives of their descendants, urging them to remember their shared purpose and connection to the earth. Each heartbeat was a whisper through time, a gentle nudge to both honor their legacy and forge their own path. The tension in the air thickened as the stars twinkled overhead, casting a silvery glow on the gathering. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows that played against the backdrop of towering cedars. Each face reflected a mosaic of emotions: pride, love, remembrance. As the stories of ancestors continued to flow, the Haida people knew that they were not alone. They carried a lineage of strength woven into their souls, urging them forward, driving them to honor the past while embracing the unknown future that awaited. The night felt like a bridge between worlds, each tale a step closer to understanding the power of their ancestry, a powerful force that would forever shape their destiny. Beneath the towering pines of the Pacific Northwest, the air was thick with the scent of cedar and the whisper of ancient stories. A soft breeze rustled through the leaves, as if nature itself was sharing secrets with those who dared to listen. At the edge of a quiet village, a totem pole stood tall, its carved figures etched with the weight of generations. Each curve, each intricate detail, told a story that transcended time, holding the essence of lineage, tradition, and identity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the landscape, children gathered around the totem pole, their eyes wide with wonder. They were captivated, not just by its size, but by the vibrant colors and the characters that leapt from the wood. Eagles soaring high, bears standing strong, and wolves howling at the moon. Each figure was a guardian of their people, a symbol of the ancestors who walked before them, and they felt the pull of those stories coursing through their veins. The elders of the village, with their silver hair and wise eyes, approached the gathering. They carried the weight of history on their shoulders, their hearts beating in rhythm with the stories that spilled from their lips. "This," one elder began, pointing to the totem pole, "is not just wood. It is our lineage, our essence. Each figure represents our family, our clan, our journey." A hush fell over the children, excitement mingling with a reverence for the stories they were about to hear. With every tale, the totem pole transformed from a mere structure into a living embodiment of their heritage. One story spoke of a great flood, a time when the ancestors had to band together, their strength woven into the fabric of the community. The carving of the salmon, leaping from the water, symbolized abundance and survival. It was a reminder of the resilience that lived within them, a beacon of hope during dark times. Goosebumps danced along the children's arms, a shiver running down their spines as they felt the intensity of the moment. Another tale unfolded, this one steeped in the bravery of a warrior who had defended their land against invaders. The figure of the eagle, with its wings spread wide, embodied courage and strength. The children could almost hear the echo of drums in the distance, the heartbeat of their ancestors reverberating through the stories. They imagined the warrior standing tall, sword in hand, a protector of their way of life, and they felt a surge of pride swell within them. The night deepened, and the stories flowed like the river beside them. The totem pole became a bridge to the past, connecting each listener to the spirits of their ancestors. Tales of love, loss, and triumph filled the air, wrapping around the children like a warm embrace. They could see the faces of those who had come before them, the laughter and tears, the struggles and victories. Each tale was a thread, weaving them into the larger tapestry of their culture. Yet, amidst the laughter, shadows lurked. The elders spoke of the times when tribal lands were taken, when colonizers silenced their voices and threatened their way of life. The totem pole stood as a silent witness to these struggles, its carvings a testament to survival against the odds. The children listened intently, their hearts aching for the ancestors who fought so fiercely to maintain their identity. The weight of sorrow mixed with the pride they felt, creating an emotional tapestry that was both beautiful and heartbreaking. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting silver beams upon the totem pole, the stories took on a new urgency. The elders, with fire in their eyes, spoke of the importance of passing down these tales, of keeping the flame of their heritage alive. They urged the children to carry the stories with them, to honor their lineage and to never forget the sacrifices made by those who came before. The air crackled with emotion, a pulse of energy that connected each person gathered there, binding them together in a shared understanding of their past. Just as the night seemed to reach its peak, a hush fell over the crowd. A young girl, inspired by the tales, stepped forward. With a voice that trembled but held fierce determination, she spoke of her dream to carve her own totem pole. "I want to tell our stories," she declared, her words ringing out like a clarion call. "I want to share our history with the world." The elders nodded, their eyes gleaming with approval. The children erupted into cheers, the sound echoing through the trees, a promise to honor their lineage and to keep the stories alive. In that moment, The totem pole transformed once again. It was no longer just a sentinel of the past. It became a symbol of hope for the future. The children felt a surge of potential within them, a weighty responsibility to carry forward the stories that shaped their existence. They realized that each of them was a living totem, a bearer of their family's legacy, and with that understanding came an exhilarating rush of purpose. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, the stories wove through the air, creating an unbreakable bond among the gathered souls. Laughter mingled with tears, the past and future intertwined in a dance of emotions. The totem pole, standing proudly in the moonlight, continued to watch over them, silently urging them to honor their lineage, to keep telling their stories, to never let the echoes of their ancestors fade away. And so, the night progressed, a tapestry of voices and emotions swirling, painting the air with vibrant colors of hope, resilience, and unity. Each child felt a part of something far greater than themselves. They were not just listeners, they were the keepers of their heritage, destined to carve their own paths while honoring the rich history that lay behind them, beckoning them forward into the unknown. Raindrops fell like 1,000 tiny drumbeats on the roof, merging into a symphony of nature's fury. Outside, the world blurred behind sheets of rain, while the river, once a gentle companion, swelled with a monstrous hunger. It was a quiet evening, the kind where families sat by the fire, sharing stories, unaware that history was about to rewrite itself in a moment that would shake the very foundations of their existence. In a small village nestled between rolling hills, the people went about their evening routines, blissfully unaware of the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Children laughed, mothers prepared meals, and fathers settled into their chairs, exchanging tales of bravery and warmth. But beneath the surface, a storm was brewing, one that would test their resolve and reshape their lives forever. As the sky darkened, a sense of foreboding crept into the air. Old tales of great floods, spoken in hushed tones around flickering candles, stirred within the hearts of the villagers. The myths of their ancestors echoed against the walls of their minds. They remembered how the great river had once swallowed fields and homes, leaving only despair in its wake. But with each passing generation, those stories began to fade, replaced by the comforting routine of daily life. Yet tonight, the air was thick with tension, and the whispers of the past grew louder. Then it happened. The first crack of thunder sliced through the evening calm, followed by a blinding flash that illuminated the village, casting eerie shadows that danced along the cobblestone streets. The wind howled like a wild beast, rattling windows and snatching away breaths. Panic surged as raindrops transformed into torrents, drenching the earth and urging it to surrender. The river, once a source of life, roared with a ferocity that sent shivers down spines. It rose, creeping like a predator, hungry for the land that had long called it home. People rushed to gather their loved ones, hearts pounding in rhythm with the thunder. Families clutched each other tightly, eyes wide with fear, as they listened to the ominous gurgling of the encroaching waters. In one home, a mother held her child close, whispering words of comfort even as her heart raced. She remembered her grandmother's stories, tales of resilience, of how the community once banded together in the face of nature's wrath. Those lessons were buried deep within her, but how could she find strength now? The fear embraced her like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. Across the village, a father was frantically securing his house, barricading doors and windows. He felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, a mantle of protection he had worn since the day his child was born. Every creak of the floorboards made his heart leap. He thought of the stories shared around the fire, of the ancestors who had braved floods, not just for survival, but for the unity it forged among them. The water surged forward, its icy fingers reaching eagerly for homes, swallowing everything in its path. The villagers gathered, forming a line along the rising bank, hands clasped tightly with resolve. In their eyes shone determination, a spark ignited by the shared struggle. They were no longer just individuals. They were a collective spirit, a community bound by the same fate. Amidst the chaos, the wise elder of the village stepped forward. His voice, though aged and trembling, carried a weight that silenced the fears swirling around them. "Together, we are stronger than the storm," he said, his words ringing true and clear. "We have faced this before, and we will face it again." Encouraged, they began to work side by side, forming human chains to save those trapped in homes rapidly succumbing to the floodwaters. The courage they drew from one another turned fear into purpose. Each person became a lifeline, a beacon of hope, as they passed children from arms to arms, rescuing them from the clutches of despair. As night fell, the flood raged, but within the hearts of the villagers burned a fire that no storm could extinguish. They sang songs of resilience, their voices rising above the howling winds, weaving tales of bravery into the very fabric of their struggle. The sound filled the air, a defiant melody that fought against the encroaching darkness. Then came a turning point, a moment suspended in time. The elder, water lapping at his ankles, stood firm. "We are not just survivors. We are the keepers of our fate," he cried. With that, a collective roar erupted, reverberating through the night, a sound of unity, of strength, and of unwavering spirit. In the days that followed, the rain would relent, and the waters would recede, revealing the scars of their battle. But the villagers were no longer just a collection of families. They were a tapestry woven from resilience, bravery, and shared experience. Each person carried the weight of the flood within them, not as a burden, but as a badge of honor. Amidst the wreckage, they rose, hands joined together, determined to rebuild not just their homes, but their spirit. The stories that had once seemed mere echoes of the past now thrummed with relevance. The village transformed into a living testament to the strength found in unity, where histories intertwined, and together they would write a new chapter, a chapter of hope, tenacity, and unwavering resolve. And so, as the sun began to peek through the clouds, painting the skies with hues of gold and orange, the villagers stood together, not just as neighbors, but as a family forged in the depths of adversity. They would carry the lessons of the flood within their hearts, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, hope can rise from the depths, like the sun emerging after a storm. The journey of resilience would continue, each step forward a testament to their unbreakable spirit, echoing the timeless lessons of their ancestors, ready to face whatever came next. The river flowed like a silver ribbon beneath the twilight sky, whispering ancient secrets only the trees seemed to understand. On its banks, the air was thick with anticipation, a palpable sense of reverence settling over the gathered tribes. The sun dipped lower, casting golden hues that danced on the water's surface, while the scent of cedar and sweetgrass mingled in the breeze. This was no ordinary day. This was the day of the first salmon ceremony. As the village elders arranged the intricate totem carvings and prepared the sacred fire, A hush fell over the crowd. Eyes sparkled with excitement, and hearts pounded in rhythm with the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Children clutched their parents' hands, wide-eyed, absorbing the moment, feeling the energy of generations past coursing through them. The first salmon ceremony was not merely a celebration. It was an act of gratitude, a sacred bond between the first peoples and the creatures of the river. Long ago, a legend took root within the hearts of the tribes. They spoke of a time when the Great Spirit walked among them, taking the form of a majestic salmon. The river was barren then, devoid of life. The people were hungry, their spirits waning. In desperation, they prayed for guidance, their voices rising toward the heavens, mingling with the sound of the wind. It was then that the Great Spirit answered, appearing in a shimmering flash of silver beneath the water's surface. The salmon promised to return each year, providing sustenance and life to the people, as long as they honored the cycle of nature and respected the gifts bestowed upon them. As the elders began chanting, their voices blending with the soft murmur of the river, the air crackled with energy. Each word reverberated with history, echoing the love and respect for the land that sustained them. The ceremonial drumbeat, steady and heartbeat-like, pulsed through the gathering, a rhythm that united them all. Each thump was a reminder of the sacrifices made, the ancestors who had walked before them, and the promise they had made to the salmon. Then, the moment arrived. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in a robe woven from the finest fibers, adorned with symbols of abundance and protection. It was the salmon chief, chosen to lead the ceremony. He raised his arms, and silence fell like a blanket across the crowd. They watched as he held a pristine salmon high above his head, the sunlight glinting off its scales, turning it into a beacon of hope. Gasps erupted as the sacred fish gleamed like a star, each scale a link to the past and a promise of the future. With reverence, he began to speak of the first salmon, a tale of sacrifice, of life, and renewal. He recounted how the salmon, upon returning to the waters, would leap against the current, defying the odds to reach the very spot where it was born. This was not just a fish, it was a symbol of endurance, a testament to the resilience of life itself. The people listened intently as he spoke of the importance of balance, of taking only what was necessary and giving back in return. As the salmon chief's voice rose, so did the energy of the gathering. Men, women, and children joined in unison, their voices lifting to the heavens. They sang of the river, of the mountains that cradled their home, and of the spirits that watched over them. Each note carried the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices, the struggles endured, and the joys celebrated. The air vibrated with an electric tension, a connection that transcended time. Suddenly, a flash of silver broke the surface of the river, just as the chant reached its crescendo. The first salmon of the season leaped, glistening in the fading light, as if honoring the age-old promise. Gasps and cries of joy erupted from the crowd, hearts swelling with pride and gratitude. It was a sight that struck deep, a moment that would be etched in their memories forever. The salmon danced through the air, a living embodiment of hope, of sustenance, of life renewed. But amid the celebration, a shadow flickered across the faces of the elders. They exchanged wary glances, for the river had not been as bountiful in recent years. There were whispers of change, of imbalance, of water that ran thick with the burdens of industry. As the people rejoiced, a quiet tension brewed beneath the surface, a voice of caution that often went unheard amid the joy of the ceremony. The sacred bond was at risk, and the elders knew it. As the ceremony continued, the salmon chief began to prepare the fish, delicately offering it back to the river as a token of gratitude. The crowd watched in awe, the air thick with emotion. Each slice of the knife was deliberate, each act steeped in tradition. It was a reminder that their lives were intertwined with the salmon's journey, that the cycle of giving and receiving was sacred. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, the people gathered around the fire for the feast. Stories flowed as freely as the river, each tale a thread woven into the fabric of their community. Laughter danced alongside the flames, but the elders remained quiet, their minds heavy with thoughts of the future. The first salmon ceremony was a celebration of life, yet a shadow lingered in their hearts, a premonition of what lay ahead. The night wore on, and the flickering firelight cast warm shadows on their faces, illuminating the love, the joy, and the concern that intertwined their destinies. Each bite of the salmon was a reminder of the promises they had made, not just to the fish, but to the river itself. As they savored the rich flavor, they felt the weight of history with every morsel. They were part of something larger, an unbroken chain of life that stretched through time, binding them to their ancestors and to the land. Yet, in the back of their minds, they could not shake the feeling that this year, perhaps more than any other, marked a turning point. The laughter echoed, but the river whispered its own secrets, urging them to listen, to act. The flickering firelight mirrored their own uncertainty, illuminating the challenge that lay ahead, a challenge that would test their resolve and their connection to the very essence of life itself. And so, the first salmon ceremony continued, a bridge between past and future, a promise of a tomorrow still waiting to unfold. In the flickering glow of a fire, shadows danced across the walls of a longhouse, twisting and turning like ancient spirits caught between worlds. The air was thick with stories, each crackle of the flames whispering of powerful women whose voices echoed through the ages. In Haida legends, these women were not mere figures in the background. They were fierce, unyielding, and wise, shaping the very fabric of their communities with love, strength, and resilience. Long before the arrival of outsiders, women held esteemed positions in Haida society, their roles woven into the very stories that defined who they were. Each tale carried the weight of their struggles and triumphs, imbued with the magic that seemed to pulse through the forest and sea. From the moment the sun painted the horizon with hues of orange and pink, the stories began to unfold. Stories of women who transformed into majestic creatures, who outwitted the most cunning of foes, and whose hearts beat in harmony with the land. There was the tale of the Moon Woman, a celestial being who descended to the earth, illuminating the night sky. Her luminous presence was said to guide the lost and weary, offering hope and solace to all who looked up. Behind her beauty lay an indomitable spirit. She was a protector. In times of fear, when storms threatened to tear apart the fabric of life, she stood tall, her silver light a beacon of courage. Those who honored her felt the warmth of her embrace, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light could be found. Yet, the legends also spoke of the trials these women faced. In one poignant story, the Earth Mother wept for her children as they struggled against forces beyond their control. She gathered her tears, turning them into rivers, nourishing the land with her sorrow. The people learned compassion from her pain, realizing that vulnerability was not a weakness, but a form of strength. They honored her, their hearts heavy with gratitude, for she had taught them the value of connection. As the sun sank lower, bathing the world in golden light, the stories grew more intense. A fierce warrior woman emerged from the shadows, her spirit untamed. Known as the Bear Woman, she was both protector and avenger, feared by those who threatened her kin. Legends spoke of her battles against malevolent forces, her courage igniting the hearts of all who witnessed her in action. With every swing of her spear, she breathed life into the earth, reminding her people that they were never alone in their struggles. And yet, for all her ferocity, the Bear Woman also knew the power of nurturing. She would gather the children around her, sharing tales of bravery and wisdom, teaching them the importance of standing tall in the face of adversity. Her laughter was infectious, a melody that lingered in the air long after she had gone. The balance she struck between warrior and caregiver inspired generations, instilling a sense of pride and purpose in the hearts of her people. The flames crackled louder, as if in acknowledgement of the weight of these stories. The legends spoke of the weaving woman, whose hands crafted intricate tapestries that told the history of the Haida people. Each thread she spun was a connection to the past, a reminder of the strength and resilience woven into the fabric of their lives. She taught the children the art of storytelling through her work, showing them how each thread represented a life lived, a battle fought, and a lesson learned. In the stillness that followed, the air crackled with anticipation. The stories began to intertwine, revealing a tapestry of emotions that bound the community together. Loss, love, sacrifice, and triumph flowed through each tale, a continuous thread binding the women of the past to the present. It was here that the emotional weight of their struggles became palpable, a reminder that their spirits still roamed the land, guiding those who dared to listen. As night fell, the flickering shadows revealed another figure, the sea woman who danced upon the waves. Her laughter echoed like the sound of crashing surf, a joyous melody that invited all to join her in celebration. She was a reminder that life was not only about battles, but also about joy. Her connection to the ocean reflected the ebb and flow of existence, teaching her people to embrace the tides of life, both the calm and the storm. In the heart of this gathering was a palpable sense of unity. Each woman, a legend in her own right, came together through their stories, forming a circle of strength that transcended time. The Haida people listened, their hearts swelling with pride. They understood that these legends were not just tales of the past. They were living blueprints for the future. Each story carried the essence of their ancestors, a flame that would never extinguish. As the fire began to die down, the shadows grew longer, but the tales of these remarkable women continued to burn bright in the minds of all who had gathered. Their hearts raced with a mixture of sorrow and hope, a reminder that the struggles of the past were echoed in the challenges faced today. The lessons imparted by the Moon Woman, the Earth Mother, the Bear Woman, and the Weaving Woman formed a powerful legacy, urging them to rise, to fight, and to nurture. Time seemed to stand still as the last embers glowed, the whispers of the legends fading into the night. But the spirit of the women lingered in the air, a promise that their stories would continue to unite the Haida people. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the community felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to carry these tales forward into the unknown. With every beat of their hearts, they knew they were never alone. The women of legend, fierce yet gentle, watched over them, guiding them through the storms yet to come. In the quiet, a new chapter awaited, one where their own stories would intertwine with those of their ancestors, echoing the everlasting spirit of resilience and strength that defined them all. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the mist-covered forest. Shadows danced among the trees, whispering the stories of ancient times when humanity walked the line between man and beast. Somewhere in that darkness, a transformation was waiting to unfold, its echoes reverberating through the annals of history. In the dim light, a gathering of figures huddled close, their breath visible in the crisp air, each exhalation a plume of warmth against the chill. They spoke in hushed tones, eyes darting to the shadows, as if expecting something or someone to emerge. These were the practitioners of an age-old ritual, believers in the ancient practice that blurred the line between human and animal. They believed that within the heart of every person lay the spirit of a creature yearning to be free, waiting for the right moment to break loose. Long ago, in the depths of the forest, the first whispers of transformation had taken root. Tribes across the world, Native Americans, Norsemen, and ancient Celts, all shared tales of skinwalkers and shapeshifters. These legends spoke of warriors who could don the skins of wolves, bears, and even birds, wielding the strength and grace of their animal counterparts. It was said that under the light of a full moon, one could shed their human guise and reclaim their primal identity. The stories of the transformation were rich with emotion, filled with the thrill of power and the fear of losing oneself entirely. The very thought of slipping out of one's skin, of moving through the world with the instincts of a predator, sent shivers down the spines of those who heard them. Yet, fascination intertwined with fear, for the price of such metamorphosis was steep. One must confront the darkness within, the shadows that lay dormant, waiting to be unleashed. As the fire crackled in the center of the gathering, the flickering flames illuminated the face of a young woman. Her name was Ilara, and the firelight danced in her eyes, reflecting the mixture of excitement and dread. She had come to this place, drawn by the stories of her ancestors, eager to find the truth behind the legends. With each heartbeat, she felt the pull of something deep within her, an ancient calling that beckoned her to embrace the wild side of her being. The leaders of the gathering began their chants, rhythmic and hypnotic, weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped Ilara. The air thickened as the words rolled off their tongues, a mix of prayers and incantations that tied the participants to the earth beneath their feet and the sky above. Each syllable resonated within her, igniting a flame of longing that surged through her veins. She could feel it, the heartbeat of the forest, the pulse of life that throbbed with the essence of countless creatures. The moment of transformation drew near, and with it came a wave of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. Would she truly be able to let go of everything she knew? The warmth of her family, the comforts of her home. The tales had warned of the danger of losing oneself forever, of stepping into a world from which there was no return. Yet, the thrill of the chase, the longing to dash through the underbrush with fur flying and heart racing, eclipsed her fears. In that charged atmosphere, the first light of the full moon broke through the trees, illuminating the gathering in an ethereal glow. The leaders raised their arms, beckoning the spirits of the animals to join them. The air crackled with energy, alive with the cries of distant creatures. Each note resonated through Ilara, urging her forward into the unknown. As the transformation began, the pain of change coursed through her body like wildfire. It twisted her bones and stretched her skin, forcing her to confront the raw power that lay dormant within. She gasped, her breath sharp and frantic, as she felt her senses heighten. The scent of the earth, rich and loamy, enveloped her. The sounds of the night became a symphony, every rustle of leaves a note in a larger melody. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, calling her to embrace the wild. The moment she could no longer hold on to her human form came like a crashing wave. With a final scream of agony and ecstasy, Ilara felt herself break free. The world shifted, twisting into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. She was no longer bound by her human flesh. She was the wolf, sleek and powerful, with a spirit that soared in tandem with the night. Her first steps were tentative, but soon the exhilaration took over. She ran. Oh, how she ran. The thrill pulsed through her as the forest embraced her new form. Every leap sent her heart racing, every bark a proclamation of her freedom. She was alive, truly alive, feeling the earth beneath her paws, the wind against her fur. The shadows no longer felt menacing, but were instead allies in her newfound existence. Yet, as dawn approached, a nagging dread began to unfurl in her chest. The sun's first rays threatened to reclaim her for humanity, to pull her back into the world she had momentarily escaped. She could feel the tug of her old self, the life she had left behind, clawing at the edges of her newfound identity. The darkness that had once felt thrilling now whispered of loss, of a longing that would never be fully satisfied. The other transformed figures began to gather around her, their eyes glinting with the same wild hunger. They were no longer merely friends or fellow seekers. They were a pack, bound by their shared experience and the primal instincts that surged through them. The transformation had forged a connection deeper than any bond of friendship, a link that resonated with their shared blood and spirit. But as Ilara looked upon her companions, she recognized the glimmer of uncertainty in their eyes. The transformation had granted them power, yes, but it also carried a weight, a burden of choices yet to be made. Would they return to their lives as humans, or would they forsake it all in favor of the wild? The question hung in the air, thick with tension, as the sun crested the horizon, spilling light into the shadows of the forest. And in that moment, the line between human and animal blurred once more, leaving them suspended in a timeless struggle, caught between two worlds that pulled them in opposing directions. The tension was palpable, an electric current that promised change, excitement, and danger. Each wolf, each transformed spirit, was left to grapple with the haunting question that would echo through the ages. What truly defines us, our humanity or our wildness? The night was thick with fog, wrapping around the village like a shroud, as the last echoes of laughter faded from the bonfire. Shadows danced on the walls of the small homes, their flickering light illuminating faces filled with unease. The stories were whispered from parent to child, each generation passing down the legend of the cannibal giant, a being so enormous and fearsome that he could uproot trees and crush boulders with his bare hands. His hunger was insatiable, and the villagers believed that he roamed the dark woods, searching for his next meal. Children huddled close together, eyes wide with fear, as their parents warned them of the giant's terrible fate. If you stray too far from home, if you wander into the woods at dusk, you might never return, they said, their voices low and urgent. The tales were rich with detail, how the giant would catch unsuspecting travelers, how his laughter echoed through the trees, sending shivers down spines. The elders spoke of a time when the giant had come to the village, his shadow blotting out the sun, bringing with him a smell of rot and death. As the fire crackled, a brave young boy named Tarek leaned closer, fascinated by the stories. He was tired of being afraid. He wanted to see the giant for himself, to prove that the tales were merely figments of imagination. "I'll show them," he thought, determination sparking within him. His heart raced at the thought of adventure, but deep down, a flicker of doubt gnawed at him. What if the legends were true? What if the giant truly existed? One fateful evening, he made up his mind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Tarek slipped away from the village. Each step further into the woods filled him with a mix of excitement and dread. The trees loomed tall above him, their branches twisting and turning like skeletal fingers. The sounds of the village faded, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. He could almost hear the echoes of the warnings as he ventured deeper. The woods were dense, shadows creeping between the trees like living creatures. He could feel the chill of the night air wrap around him, but he pressed on, his spirit ignited by the thrill of the unknown. As he walked, he stumbled upon remnants of the past, broken branches, deep footprints in the soft earth, and the remnants of a fire long extinguished. Tarek's heart began to race, not just from the excitement, but from the realization that he wasn't alone. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled through the silence, shaking the very ground beneath him. Tarek froze, every muscle in his body tensing. The ground quaked as the giant emerged from the shadows, his massive form towering above the trees. The tales hadn't prepared him for this moment. The creature's eyes glowed like fiery embers, and his breath was a putrid mix of earth and decay. Tarek's heart thudded in his chest, the stories flooding back with vivid clarity. The giant grinned, revealing teeth as sharp as daggers. "What's a little boy doing so far from home?" he boomed, his voice echoing like thunder through the woods. Tarek's instinct urged him to run, yet he was rooted to the spot, fear coursing through him like ice. The giant took a step forward, the ground shaking beneath him. "I could use a snack," he said, his grin widening. Panic surged within Tarek, and he turned to flee, but the giant's hand shot out, blocking his escape. "What's the rush? I'm not going to eat you. Yet," he said, the words dripping with malice. The boy's breath quickened. The stories had warned of the giant's cunning nature. He had lured others into the woods before, and they had never returned. "Please," Tarek stammered, his voice quaking. "I just wanted to see you." The giant chuckled, a deep rumbling sound that sent chills down Tarek's spine. "Curiosity is a dangerous thing, little one. It can lead you to places you don't want to go." Tarek managed to gather his thoughts, remembering the tales of the giant's weakness, his arrogance. "Aren't you afraid of being defeated?" he asked, trying to sound braver than he felt. The giant's laughter boomed through the trees. "Defeated? By a mere child? You amuse me." His eyes glinted with a dark curiosity. "But tell me, what will you do if I catch you?" "I'll fight," Tarek shouted, surprising even himself. The giant raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the boy's boldness. "Fight? Against me?" He leaned closer, his breath hot and rancid. Tarek felt the weight of the giant's gaze, and for a fleeting moment he saw something. Fear? Regret? It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only hunger and malice. "I will feast on your bravery," the giant declared, and with that, he lunged forward. Tarek's instincts kicked in. He dashed to the side, narrowly escaping the giant's grasp. He sprinted through the underbrush, the giant's heavy footsteps pounding behind him, uprooting plants and smashing through trees. The world around him blurred as panic surged through his veins. Branches whipped at Tarek's face as he ran, but he couldn't stop. The stories of the villagers echoed in his mind, urging him on. If he could reach the village, if he could warn them, perhaps they could find a way to banish the giant once and for all. But the darkness of the woods felt alive, wrapping around him, urging him to give up. The chase was relentless, the giant's laughter ringing in his ears as he pushed forward. Fear clawed at Tarek's heart, but with every step, he felt the weight of his village's hopes resting on him. He stumbled, catching himself just in time as he veered into a clearing. The moonlight illuminated an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and overgrown with vines. Without thinking, Tarek climbed onto the altar, panting heavily. The giant stopped short, his eyes narrowing. "What are you doing?" he asked, confusion mixing with anger. "You think you can hide up there?" "I'm not hiding. I'm standing my ground," Tarek shouted back, his voice stronger than he felt. The giant stepped closer, but Tarek raised his hands. "You're afraid of the light." The giant hesitated, and Tarek seized the moment. "You're nothing but a coward hiding in the shadows. You prey on the weak." The words struck a chord, and for a heartbeat, the giant wavered. The tension hung thick in the air, a moment of silence before the storm. In that moment, Tarek realized something deep within himself. He had become more than just a frightened boy. He was a beacon of hope, standing against darkness, and he would not back down. The giant's expression twisted in rage. "You dare challenge me?" But Tarek's heart pounded with a fierce determination as he stood tall, ready to face whatever came next. The air crackled with energy, a tense silence blanketing the village as the sun dipped below the horizon. The rhythmic sound of drums echoed from the distant forest, their deep beats resonating in the hearts of those who dared to listen. In this sacred space, shadows danced under the flickering light of a fire, casting an ethereal glow on the faces of the villagers. They were waiting for her. The shaman, the bridge between their world and the unknown. For centuries, shamans have wielded powers that many can only dream of. They are not simply healers. They are guardians of wisdom, custodians of ancient knowledge passed down through generations. They possess the ability to traverse the boundaries of reality, speaking to spirits, summoning healing forces, and interpreting the whispers of the universe. Each shaman carries within them the legacy of their ancestors, a vibrant tapestry of cultural history, interwoven with the spiritual and the earthly. The village had always looked to the shaman for guidance. When sickness struck or when the crops refused to grow, it was her they turned to, their hope resting on her shoulders. She was both feared and revered, a figure cloaked in mystery and power. Her hands bore the marks of her trade, calloused yet graceful. They worked magic with every movement. As she approached, clad in a robe decorated with the feathers of sacred birds and beads that clinked softly, like distant laughter, the villagers fell silent. Her presence was magnetic, drawing them in with an intangible force. Her eyes, deep pools of wisdom, seemed to twinkle with the secrets of the cosmos. "Tonight the spirits beckon," she announced, her voice a melodic whisper that carried on the night breeze. "Tonight, we will journey beyond the veil." Gasps filled the air, a blend of fear and excitement. The villagers gathered closer, their hearts racing. They had heard tales of such ceremonies, of shamans who returned with visions that could change lives, but they had never witnessed it firsthand. With a deep breath, The shaman stepped into the circle of firelight, the flames licking at her skin like eager tongues. She began to sway, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she were a leaf caught in a gentle wind. The drums quickened, the rhythm pulsing through the ground, sending vibrations shooting up through the earth and into the souls of the onlookers. Moments turned into eternity as she closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the spirits. Her body trembled, then stilled, a vessel for the ancient forces she summoned. The air thickened with a palpable energy, the barrier between the seen and unseen, dissolving like mist in the morning sun. Suddenly her voice erupted, raw and powerful, echoing through the night. "I see the spirits of our ancestors," she cried, her words tumbling forth like a torrent. "They guide us, they protect us, they demand our respect. Rejoice, for they walk among us." Gasps erupted from the crowd, fear mixing with elation. They had been told that their ancestors watched over them, but to hear it spoken with such fervor rattled their very core. The shaman continued her dance, her arms weaving through the air as if drawing invisible patterns that only she could see. Each motion called forth the spirits of the land, the wolf, the eagle, the serpent, all guardians that had once roamed freely, now whispering ancient wisdom in her ear. Then came a moment that shattered the line between reality and dreams. The fire flickered, and in that instant, the villagers swore they saw shadows flit among the flames, figures with haunting faces, eyes as deep as the night sky. They were no longer mere onlookers. They were participants in a cosmic dance, linked to the very essence of the earth itself. Tears streamed down the cheeks of an old woman in the crowd, memories flooding back of her lost loved ones, voices long silenced, now bursting forth in a chorus only she could hear. The shaman, sensing her grief, turned to the woman, eyes suddenly fierce with an otherworldly glow. "Let them wash over you," she urged. "Let their love fill you." The crowd held their breath, caught in a moment of pure connection. They could feel the presence of the departed, the warmth of their love wrapping around them like a thick blanket on a cold night. Hope surged, and with it came the realization that death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage to another existence. The intensity of the ceremony reached a fever pitch, the drums a relentless heartbeat in the background, surging like a tidal wave. The shaman's voice rose above, commanding and fierce. "We are all one, woven together through the fabric of life and spirit. Feel the energy flow through you." But as quickly as it had begun, the energy shifted. A chill crept through the crowd as the shaman stumbled, her body racked with an unseen force. The drums faltered, uncertainty rippling through the villagers. She gasped, eyes wide, plagued by visions that threatened to consume her. "I see darkness," she breathed, her voice trembling. "A shadow that looms over us, ready to strike at our hearts. We must be vigilant." Gasps of fear erupted once more, but the shaman's spirit shone brightly, a beacon in the night. "We must unite," she cried, her voice steadying, pulling strength from the very earth beneath her. "Our ancestors stand with us. Together, we can confront this darkness." The fire blazed hotter, crackling with energy as the villagers, emboldened by her words, joined hands, forming a circle of strength and warmth. They called upon their ancestors, channeling the power of generations into the night. In that moment, they were no longer just a village. They were a living tapestry, colors and textures blended into a single entity, alive with passion and determination. The shadows watched, and as they closed in, they found themselves confronted not by fear, but by an unwavering light. A unity that could not be broken. And just as the night seemed at its darkest, the shaman lifted her gaze, her eyes now shimmering with an ancient fire. We stand together, guardians of this sacred place. We will not falter. We will not yield. The drums surged once more, a triumphant rhythm echoing through the trees as the villagers shouted their defiance into the night. The spirits of their ancestors surged around them, a protective barrier against the encroaching darkness, a promise that they were never alone. The fire crackled, the shadows recoiled, and in that charged moment, the boundaries of the physical world blurred. The villagers felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, the whispers of their ancestors swirling around them, an echo that would resonate for generations to come. The night was alive with power and emotion, an unfolding story that was far from over, one that would stretch into the dawn of a new day, filled with hope and courage. In the days when the world was young, when shadows danced with the light of stars, there lived a people who shared the earth with spirits and the whispers of the wind. The Haida, masters of the sea and sky, walked the land with a profound understanding that the elements were alive, breathing, and watching. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the tides, and their stories were woven into the very fabric of nature. Among these tales, there was one that flickered like the flame it spoke of. It was a tale of the creation of fire, a sacred gift that transformed darkness into light and hunger into warmth. The elders would gather around the longhouses, their faces aglow with the flicker of torches, and they would tell this story, their voices rising like smoke into the night sky. The story began with a time of cold and despair. The earth was a barren place, wrapped in a shroud of ice and shadows. The people shivered as they huddled in their shelters, their stomachs growling with hunger. The animals had hidden away, and the fish swam deep in the icy waters, far from the reach of hungry hands. Hope flickered like a dying ember, but then came the trickster, the raven. He was a figure of mischief, cloaked in mystery, with feathers like a night sky. Raven saw the plight of the Haida and felt a stirring of compassion, though his heart was often drawn to chaos. He knew that something had to change, that the people needed warmth and light to survive. So he embarked on a quest, one filled with danger and wonder. He flew high above the mountains, searching for the flames hidden from the world. His journey led him to the realm of the sky, where the sun lived. The sun's warmth was a treasure, shimmering like liquid gold, but it was guarded fiercely by the spirits who served the light. They watched over the flames with watchful eyes, and the moment anyone dared to approach, they would unleash their fury. Raven was cunning, and he had a plan. He transformed himself into a small, harmless creature, a simple mouse, to sneak past the vigilant spirits. With every cautious step, he felt the weight of the world on his tiny shoulders. As he scuttled through the realm, the warmth of the sun kissed his fur, filling him with hope and determination. He reached the heart of the sun's domain, a glowing fire that danced and crackled, a beacon of life. But the spirits were not fooled for long. They caught a glimpse of the mouse, and a great storm of anger erupted. Raven's heart raced, but he was not one to surrender easily. With a single beat of his wings, he transformed back into his true form, a magnificent creature of darkness, and soared up to the flames, capturing a spark in his beak before the spirits could react. As he flew back to his people, the spark flickered dangerously, threatening to escape. It was a weighty gift, a promise of warmth and nourishment. Time seemed to stretch as he darted through the sky, the wind howling at his back, urging him to hurry. He could almost hear the cries of his people, feel their desperation mingling with the chill of the air. With a final burst of energy, Raven landed among the Haida, his wings trembling. He dropped the precious spark onto a bed of dry moss, watching as it caught flame, dancing to life in a flutter of orange and gold. Gasps filled the air, awe and fear mixing in the hearts of the onlookers. The fire crackled and hissed, illuminating their faces with a warmth they had never known. In that moment, magic ignited in the eyes of the Haida. Around the fire they felt it surge through their veins, the heartbeat of life itself. They gathered close, their laughter mingling with the sound of the flames, their worries melting away. They shared stories, their voices rising like the smoke, connecting their past with their present, their fears with their hopes. But the fire was not merely a gift. It was a blessing that required respect. The elders taught the young ones how to care for it, how to feed it with wood and love, and how to honor the spirits that guarded the light. Rituals were born, ancient and profound, where they would sing songs of gratitude and offer gifts to the spirits, small tokens of fish and berries, crafted with care. Each offering held the weight of their ancestors' wisdom, a reminder that fire was a living entity, entwined with their very existence. As the years unfolded, the gift of fire changed the Haida people in ways they could never have imagined. It brought warmth to their longhouses, light to the darkest nights, and the ability to cook their food, transforming meals into feasts of joy. Gathered around the flames, they shared dreams, telling stories of their ancestors and weaving the threads of their lineage into a tapestry of hope. Yet, the flame was also a reminder of Raven's trickster ways. With fire came responsibility, and shadows whispered of danger. There were warnings of uncontrolled flames, of houses lost to wildfires, igniting fear in the hearts of those who had once embraced the gift so freely. As the flames crackled and flickered, the elders spoke of balance, how fire could give life, but also take it away. It was a lesson woven into their very existence, echoing through time. The people watched the fire dance, mesmerized by its beauty and unpredictability. Each flicker a reminder of Raven's daring act, of sacrifice and consequence. The night sky hung heavy with anticipation, the stars twinkling like forgotten dreams. The fire's glow illuminated the faces of the Haida, each one a testament to the resilience of their spirit. But deep within, a whisper of uncertainty lingered, a reminder that what was once a gift could easily become a burden. As they reflected on the tales of the past, the crackling flames offered a promise of warmth and light in the darkness, binding them together in a shared legacy, a continuous cycle of creation and destruction. And in their hearts, they knew this was not the end of the story, just the beginning of a new chapter, waiting to unfold, waiting for the next spark to ignite. In a small village, nestled between towering mountains and whispering rivers, a young woman named Alara stood at the edge of the forest, her heart pounding like a drum. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the world around her seemed to hold its breath. She was not just any woman. She was the daughter of a blacksmith, bound by the expectations of her family, yet yearning for something more, a flicker of adventure that danced just beyond her grasp. Ilara looked down at her hands, roughened by years of labor. Yet, beneath the calluses, her spirit was as untamed as the wildflowers that bloomed in the sunlit glades. Legends whispered of women who had changed the course of history, their names etched into the very fabric of time. Women like Boudica, who rose against the Roman Empire, wielding her fierce spirit as a weapon, and Joan of Arc, who led armies with nothing but her faith and determination. Ilara felt a kinship with them, an unshakable connection that ignited a fire within her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like specters in the twilight, she made her decision. She would leave the village behind, not just for herself, but for the countless women who had walked before her, women who had fought against the chains of their time. With each step into the darkness of the forest, Ilara felt the weight of history pressing against her, urging her forward into the unknown. The path was rough, tangled with roots and thorns, but Ilara pressed on, her determination unwavering. Memories flooded her mind, her mother's soft voice, teaching her the art of weaving, the way her father's strong hands forged metal into beauty, and the stories passed down from the village elders. Each memory became a stepping stone, guiding her through the night. Hours passed, and the forest transformed around her. The moon hung low, casting silvery beams that illuminated the clearing ahead. It was here, in this sacred space, that she first encountered the old woman, the keeper of stories, they called her. Her face was lined with age, wisdom etched into every crevice, and her eyes glimmered like stars against the backdrop of the night sky. "Ilara," the woman croaked, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "You seek more than what this world offers. A fire burns within you, brighter than any forge. But know this, the journey will not be easy. Trials await you, and you must remain steadfast." With a wave of her hand, the keeper conjured images of women throughout history, warriors, healers, leaders. Each face told a story of struggle, triumph, and sacrifice. Ilara's heart raced as she recognized the strength in their eyes. They were calling to her, urging her to rise above the limitations of her time. "Find the lost sword," the keeper whispered, her voice fading into the night. "It lies where the earth meets the sky, guarded by shadows of the past." Ilara's pulse quickened. The lost sword, a symbol of power, of a woman's right to fight and lead. She felt the weight of purpose settle upon her shoulders. This was no longer just a quest. It was a call to arms for all women who had been silenced. She would not falter. The next morning, with the sun painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Ilara set out again, guided by the keeper's words. Her journey took her through treacherous valleys and across raging rivers, each step a testament to her resolve. She faced fierce winds that threatened to sweep her off her feet and steep cliffs that challenged her every instinct. Each challenge was a reflection of the struggles faced by women throughout history. She thought of the suffragettes who fought for the right to vote, chaining themselves to railings, enduring hunger strikes and relentless persecution. Their bravery fueled her. Ilara pressed on, her spirit ignited by the sacrifices of those who had come before her. On the third day, she arrived at a mountain shrouded in mist, its peak lost in the clouds. It was said that the sword lay within its heart, embedded deep within the stone, waiting for one who was worthy. The climb was grueling, her legs ached, and her breath came in ragged gasps. Yet, she felt a strange energy pull her upward, as if the very mountain recognized her purpose. As she reached the summit, the clouds parted, revealing a hidden sanctuary. In the center stood a stone pedestal, and atop it, the sword gleamed like a beacon of hope. Ilara's heart raced, but just as she took a step forward, a figure emerged from the shadows. A guardian, a manifestation of the fears and doubts that had haunted her since childhood. "You are not worthy," it hissed, its voice echoing like thunder. You are but a girl, and this power is not for you." Ilara stood tall, the stories of countless women ringing in her ears. She would not let fear claim her. "I am more than what you say. I carry the weight of my ancestors, and I will not be silenced." With each word, she felt the strength of those who had come before her surge through her veins. The guardian faltered, its form flickering like a flame. "Prove it," it demanded, its voice a low growl. In one swift motion, Ilara drew upon every ounce of courage she had. She faced the guardian, heart pounding, and declared, "I fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. I claim this sword not for power, but for justice, for freedom, and for the right to be heard." The ground trembled as the guardian roared in defiance, but Ilara remained unyielding. In that moment, she was not just a girl. She was every woman who had ever fought for her voice. With a resolute spirit, she reached for the sword, her fingers brushing against the hilt. It felt warm, alive, and as she grasped it firmly, a wave of energy surged through her, illuminating the darkness around her. The guardian dissipated, a mere shadow of doubt, banished by the light of her conviction. Ilara stood there, the sword in hand, a symbol of her triumph, not just over fear, but over the chains of history that had sought to bind her. Yet, as she descended the mountain, a new realization dawned upon her. This was not just the end of one battle, it was the beginning of many. The world below awaited, filled with both challenges and hope. Ilara felt the weight of her decision pressing against her chest, a call to action that could not be ignored. With the sword gleaming at her side, she prepared to return to her village, not as the girl who had left, but as a beacon of strength for all women. The horizon stretched out before her, a tapestry of possibilities. She was ready to face whatever came next, knowing fully that her journey was merely beginning, and that history was waiting for her to write her own tale. Underneath the vast expanse of a star-studded sky, the towering cedar trees swayed gently, whispering ancient stories to the wind. Each rustle of their leaves seemed to speak of a connection, an unbreakable bond between the Haida people and the world around them. The scent of the sea mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest, a reminder that life was woven together in a tapestry of existence. It wasn't just a landscape, it was a living tapestry, rich with the stories of creation, of spirits, and of the natural world that cradled the Haida's identity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight unveiled the silhouettes of totem poles, standing sentinel over the village. Each carving, from the fierce raven to the gentle bear, was a testament to the Haida's belief that every animal, every tree, every rock held a spirit. The Haida knew that to respect nature was to respect the ancestors and the stories they carried. The winds carried the melancholy call of the eagle, a reminder that the skies were not just empty space, but a realm of powerful spirits watching over the land. In the midst of this vibrant world, a young Haida girl named Kali wandered through the forest, her heart full of wonder. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a rhythmic thrum that spoke of life and connection. As she traced her fingers along the rough bark of an ancient cedar, she was reminded of the story of Skyfather and Earth Mother, where the universe was born from their sacred embrace. It was a tale told countless times, yet each retelling felt fresh, alive, sparking goosebumps on her skin. Her grandmother had often recounted how the raven, with its cleverness, stole the sun to illuminate the world, casting away the shadows of despair. The light transformed everything, revealing the beauty hidden in the mundane. It was said that the raven still flew above, watching over the land, a guardian of balance. Kali could almost sense the weight of those feathers gliding through the air, their wisdom sheltering the forest. But not all tales were of joy. Some trembled with the echoes of warning. The story of the Great Flood, a powerful narrative that spoke of nature's fury, filled Kali with a mix of dread and respect. The Haida knew that angering the spirits could lead to devastating consequences. The flood was not merely a myth. It served as a reminder that they were but a thread in the vast web of existence, and every action had a reaction, rippling through the world like the surface of a pond disturbed by a single stone. As the moon rose high, Kaylee stumbled upon a clearing where the air shimmered with the ethereal glow of bioluminescent algae along the shore. The quaint sound of waves lapping against the rocks filled her ears, a gentle lullaby that connected her to generations before her. Here was the spirit of the sea, the embodiment of the Great Blue, who taught the Haida the art of fishing and the importance of gratitude. Each catch was a gift, a reminder that they were part of a greater system, reliant on the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. In the distance, the haunting call of a whale echoed through the night, resonating deep within her soul. It was a reminder of the legends of the killer whale, a powerful figure in Haida mythology, believed to be the guardian of the ocean. Kaylee felt a shiver run down her spine, both from the chill of the night air and the deep understanding that the creature was more than just an animal. It was a spirit, a connection to ancestors long gone. The stories whispered by her people sang in her heart, each note echoing the timeless bond they shared with the sea and sky. Suddenly, shadows flickered across the edge of the clearing. A flicker of movement caught her eye, and Kaylee turned, her breath hitching in her throat. A massive figure emerged from the underbrush, a majestic bear, its fur gleaming under the moonlight. The bear was a powerful symbol in Haida culture, representing strength, bravery, and the spirit of the land. Kali stood frozen, a mixture of fear and awe coursing through her veins. In that moment, she understood the weight of her ancestors' beliefs. The bear was not just an animal. It was a manifestation of the spirit world, a reminder that they were never truly alone. As the bear ambled closer, Callie's heart raced. It paused, its eyes locking onto hers, a moment that felt like an eternity. The energy between them crackled, a silent understanding passing through the air. Kaylee sensed the bear's wisdom, the countless stories it could tell, tales of the forest's secrets, and the delicate balance of life and death. In that gaze, she felt the urgency to protect the land, to honor the stories that shaped her people. It was a call to action, a reminder that the Haida had a responsibility to the spirits and the natural world around them. With a shuddering breath, Kaylee broke the connection and turned, disappearing back into the embrace of the trees. Yet, the spirit of the bear lingered in her heart, igniting a fierce determination. As she made her way home, the sounds of the forest enveloped her like a warm blanket, each rustle and chirp a reminder of her place within the wholeness of life. The stories would continue, a never-ending cycle of learning, respect, and reverence, passed down through time, like the wind through the leaves, forever entwined with the heartbeat of nature. And as Kaylee stepped into the glow of the village's firelight, the weight of her ancestors settled upon her shoulders. The knowledge throbbed within her, a connection to the spirits of the land, the sea, and the sky. She was part of an ongoing saga, a tale as old as time, where each spirit, each whisper of nature, was a thread woven into the grand narrative of existence, aching to be told. The wind howled through the ancient trees, carrying whispers of forgotten ages. Each gust seemed to echo the secrets held within the heart of the forest, secrets that had been passed down through generations, hidden from those who sought them carelessly. Skiada stood at the edge of the forest, his silhouette dark against the fading light. From where he stood, he could sense the weight of history pressing down on him, a burden he had carried for as long as he could remember. He was the keeper of secrets, a title cloaked in reverence and dread, one that came with both power and isolation. Beneath the surface of his calm demeanor lay a storm of emotions, fear, sadness, and an unshakable resolve. He watched as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts among the trees. Each shadow felt like a story, a fragment of a past that was both beautiful and haunting. The people of his village often looked to him for guidance, but they did not understand the toll it took to guard the knowledge that could alter the very fabric of their lives. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about the ancient scrolls, the artifacts buried deep within the earth, and the prophecies that foretold the rise and fall of empires. They did not know that Skiada had seen it all: the wars fought over power, the betrayals born of greed, and the sacrifices made in the name of love. Each secret he held was a thread in the tapestry of existence, and pulling on one could unravel everything. He had witnessed the devastation wrought by those who sought the truth for their own selfish desires. The thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. As night enveloped the landscape, the forest came alive. The rustle of leaves became a symphony, the call of the night creatures a haunting melody. Skadia pressed his fingers to a weathered stone, smooth from centuries of touch, and felt the pulse of the earth beneath him. It was a rhythm he knew well, a heartbeat that connected him to all things. Here, in the embrace of nature, he felt a flicker of warmth amidst the chill of the approaching darkness. But warmth was a fleeting thing for Skada, often overshadowed by the shadows of the secrets he guarded. The villagers, unaware of the turmoil within their keeper, went about their lives, blissfully ignorant of the dangers that lurked just beyond their doorstep. They celebrated festivals that echoed old traditions, dancing and singing under the moonlight, believing that joy could shield them from the truth. But Skadia knew better. He had seen joyous celebrations turn to sorrow in an instant, the laughter silenced by the weight of hidden knowledge. The memory of a festival turned tragic haunted him still, a vivid reminder of the balance between light and dark. As a young boy, he had witnessed the first signs of a great tempest, a storm that threatened to destroy everything he held dear. It began with a whisper, a rumor of treachery that rippled through the air, igniting fear in the hearts of his people. Skaada had felt its pull even then, the weight of it pressing against his chest like a vice. He had wanted to scream, to warn them, but the secrets he carried were not his to share. He watched helplessly as friendships fractured, trust eroded, and the village tore itself apart. It was a lesson in the agony of knowing too much. Now, as the moon rose high, casting an ethereal glow upon the forest, Skaada felt a familiar unease. A presence stirred among the shadows, something old and powerful. He turned, his heart racing, as a figure emerged from the darkness, a woman shrouded in mystery, her eyes glinting with secrets of their own. She approached with grace, her footsteps silent as if the earth itself bowed to her. "Skaada," she whispered, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "I bring news from beyond the veil." His breath caught in his throat. Few dared to speak to him like this. to breach the sacred boundary that separated the keeper from the outside world. What news? The balance is shifting. Forces awaken that have long been dormant. The secrets you guard are in danger of being exposed, she said, her gaze piercing into his soul. The words sent a chill down his spine, a warning that echoed through his very being. He had spent a lifetime protecting these secrets, and now they were at risk. Who seeks them? He demanded, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. Those who desire power above all else, she replied, her expression a mix of sorrow and urgency. They believe that unlocking your secrets will grant them unimaginable strength, but they do not understand the consequences of their actions. A heavy silence settled between them, filled with the weight of unspoken fears. Skiada felt the ground shifting beneath him, the very earth trembling with the knowledge of what was to come. He had always known that guarding these secrets would come at a cost, but he had never imagined it would escalate to this. How can I stop them? Skiada asked, determination swelling in his chest. He was the keeper, and it was his duty to protect the truth, no matter the cost. You must confront the shadows of your past, she said, her voice a soft caress, yet laced with steel. Face the truths that lie buried within. Only then can you hope to turn the tide. The weight of her words hung in the air, and Skiadia felt a flicker of hope amidst the dread. Could he truly confront the shadows that loomed like specters in his mind? He had lived in fear of what he might uncover, but now he felt the fire of resolve igniting within him. Just then, a distant thunder rolled, rumbling like the growl of a great beast. The wind picked up, swirling around them, and Skiadia knew that time was slipping away. The shadows were stirring, and he could no longer delay his reckoning. Tell me what I must do. The woman stepped closer, her presence a beacon in the gathering gloom. Follow the path of the ancients. Seek the stones that hold the memories of our people. The answers lie within the earth, waiting to be unearthed. As she spoke, a flicker of light danced behind her, illuminating a darkness that threatened to swallow them both. Skiada felt the fear clawing at his heart, but beneath it lay a fierce determination. He had walked this path before, faced the trials of the past, and now he would do so once more. With each heartbeat, the tension thickened in the air. The secrets he held were drawing closer, threatening to burst forth with the fury of a storm. As the shadows twisted and turned, he took a step forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that the truth, his truth, was the only weapon he had against the encroaching darkness. A single thought echoed in his mind. He was not just the keeper of secrets, he was their guardian, and he would fight to protect them, no matter the cost. The crisp morning air hung heavy with anticipation as a young Haida man named Kyle sat alone on a rocky shore, the rhythmic crashing of waves echoing against the immense cliffs. His heart raced, each thud resonating with the weight of his ancestors' expectations. Today was the day he would embark on his vision quest, a rite of passage that would forever alter the course of his life. The salty breeze whispered secrets of the past, urging him forward, while the birds soared above. Guardians of the skies, hinting at the spirits that danced just beyond the veil of the physical world. As the sun began its ascent, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Kale felt a shiver run down his spine. Dreams had always played a critical role among the Haida people, weaving through their lives like the intricate patterns of their art. They believed dreams were not mere fantasies of sleep, but spiritual messages, connections to the unseen realms. For Kale, the promise of a vision was both thrilling and terrifying, a doorway to understanding himself and the universe around him. With a heart full of hope and trepidation, Kyle prepared for his quest. He had heard stories of the powerful visions others had received, tales of animals and ancestors guiding them, revealing their strengths and responsibilities. Each tale was a thread in the rich tapestry of Haida culture, a culture that revered the spirit world, where every element of nature bore significance. The image of a great eagle soaring through the skies set his spirit aflame. What would his vision be? What spirit would choose to reveal itself to him? He began his journey into the forest, a sacred space where the trees whispered his name. The deep moss cushioned his steps, enveloping him in a blanket of silence. Here, the world felt alive, pulsating with energy. Kale sat beneath a towering cedar, its presence both grounding and uplifting, a sentinel of wisdom for countless generations. The cedar tree, sacred to the Haida, had long been a symbol of strength and resilience, its roots intertwining with the very essence of their culture. As he closed his eyes, the sounds of the forest began to fade, and a new world opened before him. He felt as if he were floating, untethered from reality, and suddenly, images flooded his mind. A great raven appeared, its wings spread wide, casting a shadow that enveloped him in darkness. In Haida tradition, the raven is a trickster, a figure who brings wisdom through chaos. The raven cawed, a sound that resonated deep within Kale's being, and he felt an electric connection, a spark igniting within him. "Seek your truth," the raven seemed to say, its voice echoing in the chambers of his heart. Kale's breath quickened, and he felt the world around him dissolve. He plunged into a vision more vivid than any dream he had ever known. Mountains rose like giants, rivers danced like silk in the wind, and the spirits of his ancestors whispered their guidance. Their faces flickered like shadows, yet the weight of their presence was undeniable, urging him to remember who he was and what he was meant to become. Just as suddenly, the vision shifted. Kyle found himself standing at the edge of a cliff, the sea roaring below. The raven circled above, and from the depths of the ocean, a magnificent orca emerged, its black and white form cutting through the water like a knife through flesh. The orca, revered in Haida culture as a symbol of family, community, and the hunt, approached with grace. Kale felt a pull, a connection to the creature that transcended words, a recognition of the bond between the land, the sea, and his own soul. His heart raced as the orca swam closer, and in that moment, he understood. The vision was not just a singular event. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. The orca's eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom, filling him with a sense of belonging. This was not just about him. It was about his people, their history, and the responsibility he would carry forward. Kale felt the weight of the ages resting on his shoulders, but instead of fear, it ignited a fire within him, a fierce determination to honor his ancestors and the teachings of his culture. Just as the orca began to dive back into the depths, Kale reached out, desperation clawing at his throat. "Wait," he cried, but the creature was gone, swallowed by the waves. The vision began to fade, and he felt himself being pulled back, the forest surrounding him, reasserting its presence. He gasped, eyes snapping open to the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves above. Shaking with emotion, Kale understood that his vision quest was not over. It was only just beginning. The raven had given him a message, the orca a purpose. He was to bridge the ancient ways with the present, to carry the stories of his people into the future. The heaviness of responsibility felt both thrilling and daunting, but he was ready. The spiritual world and the physical were forever intertwined for the Haida, and he was poised at the intersection, ready to walk the line that connected them. He rose to his feet, his spirit aflame with purpose, and as he made his way back to the village, a sense of urgency propelled him forward. The stories of the Haida were alive and vibrant, and within him, they throbbed like a heartbeat. Kale felt the weight of his ancestors behind him, their whispers guiding his steps. The impact of his vision quest had just begun to ripple through his life, connecting him to something greater than himself. As he emerged from the trees, the laughter of his community greeted him, but he was transformed, his heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the land. The air shimmered with possibility, and the horizon stretched wide, calling forth new adventures. He was a part of a living narrative, a story that would continue to grow, rooted in his dreams and visions, and he knew the world was waiting for his voice. With a single brushstroke, bright colors clash and merge, creating a world where ancient spirits come alive. The air hums with the whispers of the ocean, and every curve of the canvas seems to echo the rhythm of the waves. This is not just art. It is a dialogue with the past, a connection between the rich tapestry of Haida mythology and the vibrant pulse of modern expression. The Haida people, indigenous to the Pacific Northwest, are not merely artists. They are storytellers, weaving legends into wood, paint, and stone. The figures that leap from their art are more than mere images. They are manifestations of profound beliefs, steeped in history and emotion. Raven, the trickster, flies through the sky, his dark feathers glistening like the midnight sea. He embodies transformation, a theme that resonates deeply in today's world, where change is the only constant. As modern artists stand before their blank canvases, they often feel a magnetic pull to these ancient tales. The influence of Haida mythology is palpable, threading through their creations like an unseen hand, guiding them. Imagine an artist, paintbrush poised above a stark white canvas, visions of the Haida world swirling in their mind. They see not only the characters, raven, eagle, and the salmon woman, but feel the weight of their stories, the lessons passed down through generations. In the bustling galleries of today, where contemporary art challenges conventional norms, the intricate designs and bold motifs of Haida art demand attention. The totem poles, once monumental markers of lineage and spirituality, are reimagined in new forms. Artists are not just recreating these symbols, they are infusing them with modern perspectives, transforming the sacred into the contemporary, while respecting its origins. A striking mural adorned with a raven's silhouette unfurls on an urban wall, its sharp lines and fierce stance commanding the attention of passers-by, igniting curiosity and awe. In an intimate studio, an artist sits surrounded by sketches. One particular drawing captures the spirit of the mythical killer whale, a powerful figure in Haida lore, symbolizing strength and transformation. The artist feels a chill run down their spine, sensing the ancestral energy flowing through their fingertips. Each line pulsates with the stories of ancestors who once navigated the waters where these creatures reign. There's a longing in the air, a connection to something larger than life itself. The fusion of Haida mythology with modern art is more than a stylistic choice. It is a reclamation of identity, a way for contemporary artists to honor their heritage while forging a new path. The tension between tradition and innovation dances across every piece, as if the spirits of the past whisper suggestions to the creators, urging them to push boundaries and redefine what it means to be an artist. One evening, under the warm glow of studio lights, a group of artists gathers to share their inspirations. The conversation flows like the tide, rich with stories of their ancestors and the symbols that have shaped their lives. One artist recounts their childhood, watching their grandparents carve intricate designs into wood, their hands steady and sure. That moment, frozen in time, fuels their passion today. They pick up their brush and paint a mural that tells the tale of the salmon woman, a figure representing life and sustenance. The mural captures the delicate yet powerful flow of water, urging viewers to remember the interconnectedness of all things. As art pieces featuring Haida imagery make their way into modern exhibitions, audiences are captivated. There is a palpable energy in the room, as people stand in awe of the intricate designs. The blend of vibrant colors and traditional forms resonates with the human experience, sparking emotions that run deep. The stories of Raven's cunning and the strength of the bear evoke a sense of determination and resilience, and onlookers find themselves reflecting on their own journeys. Yet, this influence is not one-sided. The modern world, with its fast pace and fleeting attention, breathes new life into Haida mythology, pushing it into unexpected realms. Artists experiment with materials, recycled plastics, metals, and textiles, creating a dialogue between the old and the new. A large-scale installation, made from repurposed materials, reflects the teachings of the Haida, reminding us of the sacred relationship between humans and nature. The voices of the past resonate through every piece, urging a return to balance, respect, and harmony. Late at night, in the quiet stillness of a gallery, an artist stands alone, staring at their work. The piece features Haida motifs intertwined with abstract forms, a chaotic yet harmonious blend of past and present. There's a haunting beauty to it, stirring emotions that swell within, balancing on the edge of nostalgia and hope. They feel the weight of history, the presence of ancestors watching, guiding. Each brush stroke has become a prayer, a tribute to their lineage. The allure of Haida mythology will not fade. It continues to weave itself into the fabric of modern creativity. Artists are drawn to its depth, its power to evoke feelings that resonate on countless levels. Each piece created is not simply an artwork, but a vessel carrying the stories of generations, a reminder that even in a world that feels disconnected, threads of ancient wisdom still bind us together. As the sun rises, illuminating the vibrant colors of a mural, the voices of the past and present meld into a single harmonious note. The heartbeat of Haida mythology pulses through the veins of modern art, a living testament to resilience, transformation, and the enduring power of storytelling. In this creative landscape, the journey is just beginning, each artist a bridge connecting the past to a future yet unwritten, where every stroke of the brush tells a story waiting to be shared. The moon hung low in the sky, casting silvery reflections on the calm surface of the water. The villagers felt an eerie chill in the air, as if the very essence of the night whispered hidden secrets. Each ripple in the lake seemed to carry tales of ancient spirits, stories that danced like shadows beneath the surface. They spoke in muted tones of Skana, the renowned water spirit, known to be both a protector and a guardian of the unseen. Skana was not merely a figment of imagination, but a presence woven into the fabric of their lives. To the Tlingit people, the water spirits were real, their stories echoing through generations. Children nestled close to their elders, eyes wide and hearts racing, as they listened to the legends of Skyana and others like her. There was a sense of reverence, a deep-rooted respect for the forces of nature that shaped their existence. "Remember, children," the elder said, his voice low and gravelly, "Skana can be a friend or a foe. She tests the brave and protects the worthy." The tales were rich, filled with lessons wrapped in emotions, weaving a tapestry of fear and admiration. The elders warned of tragic fates that befell those who disrespected her domain. One such tale told of a young fisherman named Kiwas. Eager to prove his worth, he ventured out on a foggy morning, the mist curling around him like a shroud. He had heard whispers of a great salmon run, a bounty that could feed his village for weeks. As he cast his net, there was a sudden stillness, the kind that hangs heavy before a storm. Kawas felt a chill creep up his spine, a quiet voice urging him to turn back. But ambition drowned out the warnings, and he pressed on. Just as the sun peeked through the clouds, illuminating the water with golden hues, Kawas felt a powerful tug on his net. Heart racing, he pulled with all his might, expecting to find a massive fish. Instead, he found himself face to face with Skana. Her long hair, flowing like the currents, shimmered with the colors of twilight. Her eyes, deep and endless, held a gaze that pierced through his bravado, unveiling the depths of his spirit. "What do you seek, young fisherman?" she asked, her voice mingling with the sound of water lapping against his boat. Kawas stammered, words escaping him like fish slipping through his fingers. He could only think of the glory, the admiration of his village. Skana smiled, a smile that held both warmth and warning. The waters hold treasures, but they ask for respect. What you desire may not be what you need. With that, she vanished beneath the surface, leaving Kawas trembling, uncertainty flooding his heart. The villagers retold this story, their voices dropping to hushed tones whenever Skana's name arose. Children learned to approach the water with caution, while fishermen cast their nets with a prayer, hoping for Skana's favor. But not all listened. Some, like the brash young man named Ketch, dared to challenge the spirit, convinced that he could outsmart her. One day Ketch decided to flaunt his prowess. He crafted a beautiful wooden lure, painted with bright colors, and set out at dawn, believing he could catch more fish than anyone had ever seen. As he sailed further from shore, a sense of unease crept upon him, but he brushed it away, laughing at the old tales that filled the air with fear. Hours passed, with Ketch catching a few small fish, but nothing extraordinary. Frustration boiled within him. He thought of his friends, waiting eagerly for his return. Then, as if summoned by his anger, the waters began to churn. The sky darkened, and Skana emerged once more, her presence radiating both beauty and fury. "Why do you disturb the peace of my waters?" she thundered, the waves crashing against his boat. Ketch, filled with bravado, declared, "I will catch the biggest fish ever seen. You cannot stop me." Skana's eyes narrowed, reflecting the storm brewing around them. "It is not the size of the fish that matters, but the respect you show the waters. You may catch many, but at what cost?" With a wave of her hand, the waters surged, capsizing Ketch's boat. He floundered in the icy depths, the realization of his folly dawning upon him. Panic surged as he struggled to stay afloat, the weight of his disrespect pulling him under. Just as he was about to surrender to the depths, he felt a gentle hand grasping his wrist. Skana, radiant in her ethereal glory, pulled him to the surface. "Learn from this, Kech," she whispered, her voice now soothing as the storm calmed. "Every action holds a consequence. Respect the water, and it will support you. Challenge it, and it may claim you." Kech gasped for breath, the weight of her words sinking deep into his chest. From that day on, he became an advocate for respect and harmony between the villagers and the waters. Yet, whispers of other water spirits lingered in the collective consciousness, spirits that were both feared and revered, spirits that held stories of their own. The tale of Pukwun, another water spirit, began to rise in the minds of the villagers. Known for her mischievous pranks, she was the spirit of laughter and trickery. Legend said that she could create storms just for fun, and that she delighted in befriending those who could match her wit. Pukwun often appeared to the young and adventurous, challenging them to games that tested their cunning. One winter, she played a trick on a group of children, making it seem as though the ice across the lake was solid. Excitedly, they rushed onto the frozen surface, only to find it cracking beneath them. With a peal of laughter, Pukwun revealed her true form, creating a bridge of shimmering water that safely led them back to shore. In the glow of the firelight, the villagers sat captivated, hearts racing with the thrill of Pukwun's antics and Skana's wisdom. The stories intertwined, each revealing the delicate balance between human ambition and nature's spirit. Here, amid laughter and awe, they understood that the waters were alive, filled with sentiments and lessons, waiting to be unraveled. As night deepened and shadows danced around them, the villagers felt the call of the water spirits, beckoning them to honor the legacy of old. The legends lived on, waiting for the next brave soul to approach the water's edge, to listen closely, and to learn. The stories were not merely tales, but echoes of the past, forever intertwining the realm of the living with the spirits of the water. And so, as the moon illuminated the lake, casting a silvery glow, the villagers prepared for another evening of stories, knowing that with each tale, the spirits would continue to weave their magic into the hearts of those who dared to listen. The night air was thick with anticipation as shadows danced on the forest floor, illuminated only by the flickering glow of a fire. Around it, the Haida people gathered, their faces painted with stories as ancient as the stars above. Underneath the shimmering sky, the voices of the old ones whispered through the crackling flames, echoing tales of creatures that soared, prowled, and swam in the world around them. In these stories, animals were not mere beings. They were the very essence of life, each holding profound significance and meaning that resonated through generations. In Haida myths, the eagle reigned supreme, its wings a symbol of strength and freedom. With piercing eyes, it watched over the land, a guardian of the skies. To the Haida, the eagle represented power and nobility, often seen as a messenger between the heavens and the earth. The very mention of its name could send shivers down the spine, conjuring images of majestic flights above, a reminder that there is more to life than what lies on the ground. When the eagle swooped down to catch its prey, it was a lesson in precision and grace, a reminder of the balance of nature, a cycle of life that demanded respect. Then there was the raven, dark and enigmatic, a trickster both feared and adored. Its caw echoed through the woodlands, a haunting cry that could chill the bones of even the boldest warrior. In Haida tales, the raven shaped the world, stealing the sun or bringing light to the darkness. It was a creature of duality, embodying both creation and chaos, a paradox that kept listeners on the edge of their seats. To hear of the raven's antics was to feel the thrill of unpredictability, a reminder of the mysteries that life holds, waiting to unfold at any moment. The laughter it brought was bittersweet, a reflection of the laughter and tears woven tightly together in the fabric of existence. As the stories flowed, the presence of the orca made its way into the gathering. Powerful and graceful, the orca was revered as a symbol of family and community. In the depths of the ocean, these magnificent creatures navigated the waters in pods, their calls echoing like songs of kinship. For the Haida people, the orca was a reminder of the strength found in unity, a testament to the bonds that hold families together. The ocean, vast and mysterious, was their home, and the orca served as a protector of its secrets. Tales of their hunts inspired awe, revealing the delicate dance between predator and prey, reminding the listeners that every creature played a vital role in the ecosystem, connected by invisible threads of fate. The cedar tree stood tall beside the fire, its roots intertwined with stories of the wolf. A creature of loyalty, the wolf was a symbol of teamwork and perseverance. In the Haida myths, the wolf's howl echoed through the valleys, a call to unite, to work together for a common cause. The tales told of fierce battles, fought in the name of family, each tale more gripping than the last. Listeners could almost feel the rush of adrenaline as they imagined the wolves sprinting through the forest, their spirits fierce and unyielding. The wolf reminded everyone of the importance of courage and loyalty, traits revered among the Haida, inspiring generations to forge their paths with honor. Not far from the gathering, the gentle presence of the bear stirred the air. The bear, a symbol of strength and introspection, was a protector of the forest. In the Haida myths, the bear's hibernation was a metaphor for self-discovery and renewal. As the stories unfolded, the listeners could feel the weight of the bear's wisdom, a reminder that sometimes retreating from the chaos of life was necessary to understand oneself. Each tale of the bear spoke of patience and resilience, echoing the importance of listening to one's inner voice amidst the cacophony of the outside world. The whisper of the wind carried the stories of the salmon, an enduring symbol of perseverance and the cycle of life. The salmon's struggle upstream inspired awe and admiration, a journey filled with trials that mirrored the human experience. Listening to the tales of the salmon leaping against the current sent chills down the spine, each leap a testament to determination in the face of adversity. The Haida understood that the salmon carried the essence of life itself, teaching the importance of tenacity and the beauty of returning home, no matter how arduous the path may be. As the night deepened, the stories entwined, threading through the hearts of all who listened. Each animal symbolized a lesson, a piece of wisdom that tied together the fabric of Haida culture. The flickering shadows reflected the spirit of the creatures, embodying the beliefs and values of a people who respected the land and its inhabitants. The fire crackled, and the stars twinkled above, each twinkle a reminder of the connections that bound everything together: people, animals, and the very earth beneath their feet. The fire began to dwindle, but the spirits of the animals danced in the hearts of the listeners. They carried the stories with them, the echoes of the eagle, raven, orca, wolf, bear, and salmon imprinted on their souls. The night may have darkened, but the light of those tales sparked an unending flame within, a longing for knowledge that would never cease. And so, the stories continued, an endless cycle of life and lessons, ready to be told again as the dawn approached. Each whisper of the wind carried the promise of new beginnings. a reminder that the legends of the Haida would live on, unbroken, in the hearts of those who listened. The tapestry of animal symbolism wove a rich narrative that transcended generations, luring the curious and the wise alike, binding them to the land and the spirits that roamed it. A chill hung in the air that fateful evening, crackling with an electricity that seemed to awaken the very ground beneath the children's feet. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the bonfire, their laughter mingling with the distant sounds of the forest. A harmony not yet broken by the weight of sorrow. In a small, forgotten village, the innocence of youth clashed with the harshness of reality, and the world outside felt far away, as if the sun had forgotten to rise beyond the hills. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the children of the village gathered, their faces glowing with excitement and mischief. They were unbothered by the whispers of the elders, who warned of dangers lurking beyond the safety of their homes. The stories of lost children drifting into the woods echoed around them like a haunting lullaby. Little did they know, this night would etch itself into their memories forever, a horrific etching that would bind them together in ways they could never imagine. The leader of the group, a boy named Thomas, stood at the front, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. "Let's go deeper into the woods tonight," he shouted, his voice breaking the tension. The others cheered, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. They were drawn not only by the thrill of the unknown, but by an unshakable bond, a sense of community that thrived on shared experiences and the sweet taste of freedom. As they ventured further, the oppressive trees seemed to lean in, as if eavesdropping on their laughter. The air thickened with an energy that pulsed, revealing the vibrant spirit of the children against the backdrop of the whispering woods. Suddenly, a shriek shattered the night. It was a sound so raw and primal that it struck a chord deep within their chests. Panic rippled through the group. They huddled closely together, eyes wide, hearts racing. "What was that?" whispered Anna, her voice trembling as she clutched her best friend's arm. The others exchanged nervous glances, the laughter that had once filled the air, now replaced by a heavy silence. Tomas, fueled by bravado, urged them to press on, to confront whatever lay ahead. "We're not scared," he declared, though the tremor in his voice told a different story. As they moved deeper into the woods, the moonlight shimmered through the branches, casting eerie patterns on the ground. The camaraderie that had once bolstered their spirits now felt fragile, each step weighed down by the foreboding atmosphere. Then, without warning, the earth trembled beneath them, an unmistakable sign. The children froze, their breaths held tight in their chests. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, their face obscured by a hood. The air turned ice cold, and the scent of damp earth filled their nostrils. "You should not have come here," the figure warned, their voice echoing like a ghostly whisper. Fear gripped the children with a vice-like hold, and they could feel their bond fraying as panic surged through them. In that moment, the sense of community they had taken for granted began to unravel. They turned to each other, searching for strength in familiar faces, but the fear was palpable, turning them inward. One by one, they broke away, retreating into the hidden corners of the forest, drawn by the primal instinct to survive, to escape the looming darkness. The once united front was now a shattered reflection of their innocence. Tomas, however, refused to leave his friends behind. He called out for them, desperation lacing his voice. "We can't let fear separate us. We're stronger together." But the woods swallowed his cries, absorbing the echoes until they faded into silence. The children's laughter, once a joyful melody, morphed into haunting whispers that danced around him. With each passing moment, the shadows grew longer, morphing into shapes that twisted reality. The forest felt alive, watching, waiting, as if it feasted on their fear. Tomas pressed on, determined to find his friends, to reignite the light of community that had begun to dim among them. He stumbled through the underbrush, the chill of despair creeping into his bones. In a clearing, he found Anna, huddled against a tree, tears streaming down her face. "I thought I lost you," he breathed, relief flooding through him. But before he could comfort her, the figure reappeared, poised and menacing, a figure of judgment and despair. "The lost children carry the burden of their choices," it intoned, its voice like wind howling through the branches. "If you wish to find your friends, you must confront the darkness within yourselves." Tomas and Anna exchanged a fearful glance, realizing that the true test was not just the shadows in the woods, but the shadows within their own hearts. The community they relied on was not merely about laughter and fun. It was about facing their fears together, about the strength that came from vulnerability and openness. As they stood there, the darkness around them seemed to pulse with emotion, weaving through the air like a living thing, reminding them that true community meant standing together against the tide of fear. They could feel the presence of their lost friends, echoes of laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, and urging. Without another word, they joined hands, determined to find the others. With each step forward, Tomas and Anna embraced their fears, knowing that the shadows were not just outside, but within. The forest swirled around them, a tempest of doubts and insecurities. But with every heartbeat, they grew stronger, their bond rekindled as they called out for their friends. The air thickened with the energy of unity, and slowly, one by one, the others emerged from the darkness, drawn back together by the unbreakable thread of community. As they united, the figure watched, a silent observer to their transformation. The laughter now rang true, echoing through the trees like a promise that they would face whatever lay ahead together. The woods, once threatening, now felt like a sanctuary, a place where they could forge their own path, illuminated by the flickering light of hope. They stood, side by side, ready to confront the challenges of the night, knowing that together they could overcome anything, even the darkest of fears. And as they took their first steps back into the unknown, the forest sighed, the shadows shifting to reveal glimpses of light ahead, a path waiting to be traversed. The tale of lost children was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a lesson that would echo through time, binding them together forever. Waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending plumes of salty mist into the air, where the land met the sea in a fierce embrace. It was here, at the edge of the world, that the Haida people stood witness to a battle as old as time. The vast blue ocean, filled with life and mystery, clashed against the solid earth, rich with stories of ancestors. This was not just a physical conflict. It was a profound struggle between two powerful forces, land and sea, each claiming dominion over the other, forming the very essence of Haida existence. Within their ancestral home, the Haida understood that neither could exist without the other. As the tides ebbed and flowed, they felt the rhythm of life, of stories woven into the fabric of their culture. The land was sacred, with towering cedar trees that whispered the secrets of the past, while the sea was bountiful, offering salmon and shellfish that nourished their bodies and spirits. Each wave that lapped at the shore echoed the heartbeats of generations, reminding them of the delicate balance they must always maintain. On a crisp morning, a group of Haida fishermen set out in their canoes, their bodies gliding over the water, glistening like polished wood against the sun. Each paddle stroke stirred emotions, a dance of hope and tradition. But there was a tension underneath the surface. The ocean, while generous, was also unpredictable. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, darkening the sky and foreshadowing trouble. The Haida knew that the sea could turn hostile in an instant, and each fisherman felt the weight of that knowledge. As the winds picked up, a young fisherman named Keala felt an unsettling chill down his spine, a premonition he couldn't shake. The stories passed down from his elders spoke of the ocean's wrath, of storms fierce enough to swallow whole villages. He glanced back at the shore, where the great totem poles stood tall, guardians of their history, watching over the people. His heart raced as he recalled the legends, how the spirits of the sea and land quarreled, at times unleashing fury upon the unsuspecting. The sky darkened further, and a flash of lightning illuminated the sea, revealing its roiling depths. Suddenly, the calm waters erupted in tumult, waves rising like mountains, crashing against the canoes. Keala fought to maintain control, his heart pounding like a drum. The screams of his fellow fishermen echoed, mingling with the roar of the storm. In that harrowing moment, every lesson he had learned seemed irrelevant. Fear gripped him as the conflict raged around him. Land pushing against the might of the sea, a clash of titans witnessed only by the spirits hovering just out of sight. In the ancient villages, the elders gathered, their faces etched with worry as they felt the storm's approach. They recalled the days when the sea had come too close, when waters surged into their homes and carried away their livelihoods. They shared stories of the past, of how the Haida once made sacrifices to the ocean, offering up their finest catch as a plea for harmony. The weight of history pressed heavily on their shoulders, a shared burden that united them in their fear and resolve. As the storm wreaked havoc, Keala's thoughts turned to his ancestors, their laughter, their wisdom, their shared strength. The Haida were resilient, forged by the tempestuous waters and the rugged land. They believed in the power of the land and the sea, but they also understood the need for respect and balance. With the storm raging, Keala's hands gripped his paddle tighter, channeling the strength of his forebears. He began to sing a song of the sea, a haunting melody that spoke of connection, of harmony, and of hope. The words carried across the raging waters, a plea to the spirits that watched over them. As if in response, the storm began to relent, the waves settling down as the winds whispered through the trees. Keala's heart lifted, and he felt the presence of the spirits around him, guiding him back to safety. The conflict between land and sea, encapsulated in that moment, seemed to pause, allowing for a fragile peace. The fishermen paddled together, their voices rising in a chorus, an affirmation of their bond with nature, as well as with each other. Once ashore, they embraced the damp ground, their hearts united in gratitude. The storm had passed, but another battle loomed on the horizon. The encroachment of outsiders threatened their sacred lands, a new kind of conflict that stirred deep emotions within the Haida community. Tales of desecrated beaches and polluted waters whispered through the longhouses like a ghostly wind, evoking anger and sorrow. As the elders spoke of the future, their voices filled with urgency. Keala felt a fire ignite within him. The sea had always provided, but it was the land that had nurtured their very identity. He understood now that the fight was not merely for survival, but a quest to preserve their culture, their stories, their very souls. The conflict between land and sea would never truly end. It was a living, breathing entity, just as alive as the Haida themselves. He looked to the ocean, where the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the water, a momentary peace before the next tide. In his heart, Ka'ala knew the Haida would rise to the challenge, just as they had for generations. They would remember the songs of the sea, the tales of the land, and fight fiercely for both, their ancestors' spirits urging them on from the shadows. With determination in his eyes, he turned back to the gathering, ready to join his people in the fight ahead. The conflict between land and sea was but a reflection of the struggles they faced, intertwined with hope, resilience, and the relentless spirit of the Haida. Every heartbeat resonated with the promise of stories yet to unfold, a testament to their enduring legacy that would echo through the ages, as relentless as the tides that shaped their world. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows through the dense forest where the raven and the wolf made their home. A chill in the air whispered of secrets long buried, secrets that trembled on the edge of daylight. The trees, ancient witnesses to the unfolding tales of trickery and cunning, creaked softly as wind flitted through their branches. Here, legends were woven, and the spirits of the past lingered, eager to share their stories of mischief and revelation. Raven, with feathers as black as the night sky, perched high on a gnarled branch. His keen eyes sparkled with mischief and intelligence, and a sly grin crept across his beak. He loved to play tricks, weaving stories that danced through the forest like the wind. The wolf, on the other hand, moved quietly through the undergrowth, muscles coiled with strength and instinct. He was a creature of loyalty, fiercely protective of his kin, but he often found himself ensnared in Raven's elaborate schemes. One fateful day, the tension in the air crackled like a brewing storm. Raven had devised a plan so tantalizingly clever that it stirred even the wolf's curiosity. "Come, my friend," he cawed, swooping down to the forest floor. "I've found a treasure that no one has ever seen, a feast that will make your heart race and your belly full." Wolf's ears perked up, and despite his cautious nature, he couldn't resist. "What kind of treasure?" he asked, his voice low and steady. "The sweetest berries, the juiciest fish, and all the delicious meat you could dream of," Raven exclaimed, flapping his wings excitedly. "But you must trust me. We must venture to the edge of the forest, where few dare to go." As they set off, the trees seemed to whisper warnings, their leaves rustling like anxious hearts. The path grew narrow, the shadows deeper, and an unsettling silence enveloped them. Raven, undeterred, led the way, his laughter echoing through the stillness. But Wolf felt a gnawing unease, a dark intuition tugging at the edges of his mind. At last, they arrived at a clearing where the ground was strewn with vibrant colors. Bunches of berries glistened like jewels under the fading sunlight. But as Wolf stepped forward, a chilling realization washed over him. The berries, so inviting, were surrounded by a ring of thorns, sharp and menacing. "Raven, something isn't right," he growled, the hair along his spine bristling. "Nonsense. This is the feast I promised you." Raven cawed, but the excitement in his voice faltered for a moment. The wolf's instincts kicked in, and he felt the weight of danger pressing against his chest. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes sent shivers down their spines. Out from the shadows emerged a fierce bear, eyes glinting with hunger and protectiveness. "What brings you two to my domain?" he rumbled, his voice like rolling thunder. The bear's presence loomed large, a testament to the raw power of nature. Wolf stepped back, unwilling to back down, but fully aware of the peril they faced. "We meant no harm. We seek only the berries," he said, his voice steady, despite the fear that coursed through him. Raven, sensing the shifting tide, wisely perched on a high branch, watching the unfolding drama with eager eyes. The bear snorted, sizing up the two intruders. "Those berries are mine, and you'd do well to leave before you find yourselves in trouble." His growl resonated through the clearing, a warning that hung heavily in the air. But Raven, ever the trickster, couldn't resist the game. "Oh, great bear, surely you would share your bounty with two humble friends. Perhaps we can entertain you with a tale or two." The bear considered, his expression softening slightly as curiosity overshadowed his rage. "A tale, you say? Very well, a story to amuse me, and I may let you be." Wolf shot Raven a warning glance, knowing the depths of his friend's trickery. Without hesitation, Raven leaped into action, weaving a tale about the stars, how they were born from the laughter of the forest, and how the moon once danced with the sun. His voice rose and fell, like the rhythm of a heartbeat, captivating the bear, who sat down, intrigued despite himself. As Raven spun his tale, the tension in the air shifted, but Wolf remained on high alert. He could sense the danger lurking, the bear's patience waning. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment that would change everything. With a sudden flick of Raven's wing, he transitioned from the story of the stars to the story of the wolf. And then, the clever wolf, with bravery unmatched, faced the fiercest of foes, often outsmarting them with his wit and cunning. The glimmer in Raven's eye promised something more, something that could upend the very balance of nature. "Is that so?" the bear asked, his interest piqued. What did this wolf do next? Just then, Wolf felt the ground tremble beneath him. The unseen weight of the forest's spirits tightened around him, a reminder that the games of trickery often came with a price. "Tell him," Raven urged, his voice rising in excitement. "Tell him of your courage, of how you've always protected the forest and its creatures." The wolf, sensing a chance to shift the focus, stepped forward. "I do protect what is mine," he said, glancing at Raven with a mix of resolve and irritation. "But trickery often invites danger, and we must tread carefully." In that moment, as the tension thickened like fog, the bear's gaze hardened. "Then perhaps I should test your bravery," he rumbled. The challenge hung in the air, heavy and electric. "Let us see if you are truly the protector you claim to be," he continued, rising to his full height. "You must prove your worth, or face the consequences of your deceit." Wolf's heart raced, a primal fear clawing at him. Raven, ever the trickster, merely chuckled, knowing that the game had only just begun. The forest watched in silence, holding its breath, as an unseen clock began to tick away the precious seconds. As the first stars flickered to life overhead, a new tale was set to unfold, one that would intertwine the fates of Raven, Wolf, and Bear in ways they could never have imagined. The dance of cunning and courage was just beginning, and the forest loomed with unspoken stories waiting to erupt. The wind carried whispers of ancient stories as it wove through the towering cedar trees, where the Haida people had walked for centuries. Each gust was a reminder of their connection to the land, a sacred bond etched into the very fabric of their being. In this lush, vibrant world, where the ocean met the forest with a roar and a sigh, the Haida understood that their responsibility to the earth was woven into the threads of their identity. Children played along the rocky shores, their laughter mingling with the rhythmic crash of waves, simple joys that held the weight of generations. Elders sat nearby, their faces lined with the wisdom of ages, etched with the tales of ancestors who revered every blade of grass and every creature of the sea. The Haida believed that everything had a spirit, a heartbeat that deserved respect and protection. To them, the land was not just a backdrop for their lives. It was a living entity, deserving of care and reverence. As night descended, the soft glow of a fire illuminated the faces of those gathered. The scent of cedar smoke curled into the air, carrying stories of the past. The flickering flames danced, casting shadows that seemed to come alive, telling tales of ancestors who had walked the same earth, weathered the same storms. Each story passed down was a call to arms, a reminder of their duty to safeguard the land, the waters, and all living beings. The elders spoke of the salmon returning to the rivers, of the eagles soaring overhead, and of the bears that roamed the forests. Each creature had a purpose, a role that contributed to the intricate tapestry of life. It was a delicate balance, and the Haida were its guardians. But with each passing season, they felt the weight of change. The glaciers that had stood tall for eons began to melt, and the tides ebbed and flowed with a different rhythm. The Haida watched as their world transformed, as the very essence of their land seemed to shift beneath their feet. They understood that their responsibility extended beyond their immediate surroundings. They were part of a larger web of life that stretched far beyond the horizon. The cries of the earth beckoned them to act, to protect the fragile harmony that was at stake. In the heart of their community, discussions turned to action. The younger generation, fired by passion and urgency, gathered with their elders in a circle of determination. They spoke of the need to teach others about their practices, about the ways of sustainable living that had been passed down through generations. They shared visions of restoring habitats, of returning to the ancient ways of fishing and hunting that honored the rhythms of nature. A sense of urgency surged through the crowd, a realization that they were not just the caretakers of their ancestors' legacy, but also the stewards of the future. They knew that it wouldn't be easy. The challenges that lay ahead loomed like storm clouds on the horizon. With industries encroaching upon their sacred spaces, the Haida felt the fierce emotion of protectiveness rise within them. They were not just fighting for their identity, they were fighting for the very essence of life that surrounded them. Their hearts beat in unison as they vowed to stand tall against the tide of destruction, to raise their voices for the rivers that had birthed them and the forests that cradled their stories. Each meeting sparked a fire of inspiration. The elders shared the lessons of the past, stories of harmony and balance that resonated deep within the hearts of the young. They recounted the time the forests had thrived and the rivers ran clear, teeming with life. The tales were not just memories. They were calls to action, urging the community to remember their place in the world. They spoke of the sacred circle, a ritual that reminded them of their interconnectedness, where every being was vital and every action mattered. As the Haida people gathered their courage and their resolve, the sound of drums filled the air, a powerful beat that echoed their commitment to the earth. The rhythm was a heartbeat, a reminder that they were alive, that they were here, and that they would not be silenced. The drums spoke of unity, of strength, and of a future that they could shape together. With every strike, They proclaimed their bond to the land and each other, a declaration that would reverberate far beyond the shores of Haida. But as they rallied together, the looming specter of climate change cast a long shadow. The seasons felt increasingly unpredictable, and the delicate balance they had fought for began to fray. Storms intensified, wildfires raged, and the cries of the displaced echoed through the forests. It was a call for help that pierced their hearts, driving them to act. The Haida understood that their responsibility was not limited to their own community. It extended to the wider world. They felt an urgency to unite with other indigenous peoples, to share their knowledge, and to fight for the earth as one. In the face of adversity, they began to forge alliances. Their voices, once echoes, became a powerful chorus. They stood on the steps of government buildings, their presence a testament to their commitment. With banners held high, they demanded change, standing resolute in the face of indifference. They knew that the future of the earth rested on their shoulders, and they would not falter. With each passing day, their message grew stronger, resonating not just in their community, but across the globe, a rallying cry for environmental justice, for the voiceless trees, the silenced rivers, and the creatures that called their land home. The fire that had ignited in their hearts was now a raging flame, fueled by hope and determination. As they fought for their land, they also fought for all those who could not fight for themselves. Their responsibility to the earth was more than an obligation. It was a sacred bond that connected them to every living being. And so, with every drumbeat, every story, and every act of defiance, they wrote a new chapter in the tale of their people, one that would echo through the ages, intertwining their fate with the fate of the earth itself. In the stillness of the forest, the air is thick with anticipation. Shadows dance on the ancient trees, whispering tales of ancestors who tread the same paths. The flicker of the fire draws a circle of warmth, a sanctuary against the cool night sky. All around, the fragrance of cedar mingles with the sweet smoke of burning sage, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Here, among the Haida people, the power of rituals pulses like a heartbeat, connecting them to the realm of the spirits and the stories that shape their world. Rituals are not mere traditions, they are lifeblood. Each chant, each dance, each carved totem tells a story woven from threads of the past. As the sun dips below the horizon, the Haida gather, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The elders, with their wrinkles like maps of wisdom, begin the ceremonies that have bound their people for generations. Laughter and solemnity intermingle, as the community knows that every moment spent together is a thread that strengthens the fabric of their existence. In those sacred moments, the Haida honor their connection to the natural world and to the myths that breathe life into it. The tales of Raven, the trickster who stole light and crafted the world as they know it, echo in their hearts. The sky seems to listen, holding its breath as the stories unfold, each word a brushstroke painting the landscape of their beliefs. The rituals draw them close, weaving past and present into a tapestry of shared identity and purpose. A sudden drumbeat shatters the stillness, reverberating through the air like a heartbeat. The rhythm quickens, each thud resonating in the chest of every soul present. Young and old, they join hands, forming a circle that represents unity and strength. The sound of the drums is a call to the spirits, a summoning of those who walked before, those who still guide their steps. In this moment, the boundaries between the seen and unseen blur. The presence of ancestors feels almost tangible, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. With each movement, the dancers tell the stories of their people. The swaying figures, adorned in masks and regalia, channel the spirits of the past. A young girl, her eyes wide with wonder, watches as her mother leaps and spins, embodying the essence of the salmon, who brings sustenance and life. The child's heart races, feeling the collective spirit of her people surge through her. She knows that one day, she too will carry these stories forward, her own hands crafting the next chapter of their shared history. As the night deepens, the air thickens with the weight of emotion. The Haida gather around the fire, their faces glowing in the dance of the flames. The elder begins to speak, his voice a low murmur that rises and falls like the tide. Each word is a sacred mantra, summoning the spirits of the forest, the sea, and the sky. The Haida believe that through ritual, they forge a bridge to the supernatural, inviting the essence of their ancestors to guide them in their lives, in every choice and every challenge. Tension builds when the elder raises his arms, calling for silence. The crackling fire settles into a still flame as everyone leans in closer, yearning to grasp what comes next. Tonight, he declares, we honor the great whale, the keeper of wisdom and mystery. The mention of the whale sends shivers down spines, a reminder of the vast ocean that cradles their home and the depths of stories hidden within it. A grand totem stands nearby, carved from cedar and etched with tales of bravery and sacrifice. It towers over them, a sentinel of their myths, its presence reassuring yet imposing. The elder's voice rises, weaving in and out of the rhythm of the drums, and with it, the stories of the whale come alive. The Haida listen intently, their eyes reflecting the firelight as the elder recounts how the whale guided lost souls back to the shore, reminding them of their place in the world. Suddenly, the ground trembles as a dancer leaps forward, embodying the spirit of the whale. The crowd gasps, holding their breath as she twists and turns, her movements fluid and powerful. It's as if the very essence of the ocean has been summoned, crashing against the shores of their hearts. With each leap, she draws them into the depths of their own emotions, stirring memories of loss, love, and the unbreakable bond of family. The air is thick with a mix of reverence and exhilaration. The younger generation watches, eyes wide with inspiration, absorbing the beauty and weight of their heritage. This ritual is not just a performance, it is a reminder that they are part of something larger than themselves. The spirit of the whale calls to them, echoing through the ages, urging them to remember the stories that lie within their bones. As the night wears on, the shadows grow long, stretching like fingers across the ground. The fire begins to die down, but the spirits linger, wrapping the Haida in a warm embrace. Songs of the ancestors rise into the night, a haunting melody that resonates with the very core of their beings. The connection between the living and the spirits of the past is palpable, a bond forged in the flames of ritual that will never be broken. Every ritual, every word, every dance is a thread in the tapestry of their culture, binding them together across time. Just as the stars twinkle in the vast sky above, each moment shared in ritual sparks light in the hearts of those present. They know that these practices are not just about the past. They are the lifeline that will carry them into the future, shaping their dreams and guiding their paths. With a last thunderous beat of the drum, the elder raises his voice one final time. The echoes rolling through the trees like the waves upon the shore. Each participant feels the weight of responsibility, the call to carry the stories forward, As the smoke from the fire dances into the night, the Haida know that they are not just participating in rituals. They are guardians of their myths, keepers of the flame that ignites their history, their identity, and their very souls. The night hung heavy, with a silence that felt like a thick blanket, only to be pierced by the haunting call of a lone raven. Its cry echoed over the misty waters of Haida, where legends were born, and the whispers of ancestors carried in the wind. Here, the world was steeped in a tapestry of vibrant myths, where the raven created the sun and the moon danced with the tides. Yet beneath that surface of rich tradition and storytelling, a storm was brewing. A storm that would sweep across the land like a fierce wave crashing onto the shore, upending everything in its path, an encounter with the unwelcome shadow of European contact. For centuries, the Haida people spun their tales around flickering fires, their stories colored by the natural world around them. The rustling of leaves, the rush of the sea, the majestic flight of eagles. Each myth was a vital thread in the fabric of their lives, embodying the spirits of nature and the wisdom of their ancestors. But the arrival of European ships, their sails like ghosts on the horizon, brought with it a jarring new reality. The distant sound of cannons and the smell of strange food drifted on the wind, signifying change that was anything but welcome. As the first white sails appeared, curiosity mixed with fear. The Haida saw men whose skins were pale and whose eyes glimmered with an unfamiliar brightness. These newcomers carried with them more than just weapons and trade goods. They brought their own myths, those that clashed violently with the Haida's own. The tales of Christian salvation, of a singular God who reigned from above, began to seep into the fabric of Haida storytelling. The raven, once the clever creator, would now have to contend with new figures, angels and demons, and a God who demanded obedience rather than respect for the natural world. In the shadows of the longhouses, whispers spread among the Haida. They spoke of the newcomers, strange beliefs, and the powerful stories that accompanied them. The once firm roots of their cultural identity began to tremble as these foreign myths infiltrated their own. The elders, who had shared the wisdom of the ages, now found their voices trembling with uncertainty. Could the raven relinquish his role? Could the earth and the sky bend to accommodate this new god? With each passing season, the myths transformed, twisting and turning like the currents of the sea. The Haida began to weave in elements of European tales, adapting them, reshaping them, trying to make sense of a world that no longer felt like their own. A new story emerged, one where the raven encountered a white man who preached of salvation, his eyes shining with fervor. The clever trickster, who had once represented the essence of Haida ingenuity, found himself outmatched by the fervent tales of eternal life, prompting confusion and a struggle for faith. In the midst of this upheaval, the spirit of the sea grew restless. Each wave crashing against the shore seemed to carry with it the sorrow of lost traditions. The Haida began to feel the weight of their ancestors' gaze upon them, watching as their stories mingled with those brought by the newcomers. The sacred stories were being diluted, as if the salt water of the ocean was washing away the vibrant colors of their culture. Yet, from the depths of this turmoil, a new strength began to emerge. The Haida storytellers, resilient as the ancient cedar trees, adapted and transformed. They recognized the power of myth, not just as a record of the past, but as a living, breathing entity that could evolve and endure. The tales grew richer, each new character infused with duality, becoming bridges between worlds. The raven now battled not just for the light, but also fought against the shadows of misunderstanding that the newcomers brought with them. The old stories remained, but they became infused with new meaning, creating a tapestry that was both old and new. The Haida began to see the power of their stories, not just to reflect their identity, but to redefine it in the face of change. A chilling wind swept through the forest, rustling the leaves like a whispered secret. The Haida stood at the intersection of two worlds, grappling with the tension that filled the air. The old songs rang out on the breeze, echoing against the backdrop of new beliefs. In the hearts of the people, a fierce determination began to take root, a resolve to hold on to who they were, even as the world changed around them. The new myths began to carve their own place in the hearts of the Haida, blending seamlessly with the past. Instead of banishing the raven to the shadows, they invited him to soar alongside the new figures brought by the Europeans. In this way, the myths transformed into something extraordinary, a mosaic of cultures reflecting the complexity of the human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, both the Haida and the newcomers stood on the precipice of understanding. The stories, once divided by the weight of their differences, began to find common ground. The waves whispered secrets of resilience, of change, and of adaptation. The sea was alive with the echoes of a vibrant past, but it also held within it the promise of new beginnings. Just as the tides continuously shift and change the shore, so too did the myths of the Haida evolve, transforming the very essence of their being. The stories would continue to flow through generations, carrying with them the weight of history and the light of hope as the Haida learned to navigate their place within this new, intertwined narrative. And as the stars emerged, twinkling overhead like ancient eyes watching over the land, the Haida felt a sense of belonging amidst the chaos. They were not merely victims of change, they were the authors of their own story, crafting a narrative that would span the ages, weaving together the old and the new into a beautiful, unbreakable thread. And as the raven took flight into the night, it carried with it the echoes of legends yet to come, stories waiting to be told in a world forever changed by contact. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden light over the rocky shores of Haida, the world around transformed into a tapestry of whispers. The air crackled with stories, ancient tales woven into the very fabric of the land. The Haida people, guardians of these narratives, gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the glow. Here, in the warm embrace of the flames, the echoes of their ancestors filled the night, vibrant and alive, urging to be heard. Every story breathed life into the past, carrying the wisdom of generations. The figure of the storyteller emerged, cloaked in the shadows, voice steady and rich. With each word, he summoned the raven, the trickster, dancing through the air. He spoke of creation, of the time when the world was a blank canvas and the raven painted it with light. The listeners, spellbound, leaned in closer, their hearts racing with anticipation. They felt the weight of history pressing against their chests, the thrill of connection to their ancestors trickling through their veins. Oral tradition flowed like a river, shaping the identities of the Haida people. Myths were not just tales, they were lifelines, threading together community and culture. Each telling was a rebirth, a fresh opportunity for connection, an opportunity to infuse the wisdom of the old into the lives of the young. Children, eyes wide and shining, absorbed every detail, every inflection, and every pause. In the stories of the past, they found their place in the present. Yet, An undercurrent of tension began to seep into this world of storytelling. As colonial forces swept across the land, the written word emerged as a powerful foe. Pen and paper, once tools for preservation, became instruments of erasure. The Haida myths, so vibrantly alive in the air, faced the threat of being confined to pages, stripped of their essence as they transitioned from voices to text. The stories, once fluid and dynamic, risked becoming static relics, interpreted through the lens of those who did not truly understand them. Caught in this tension, a unique struggle unfolded. Elders, keepers of knowledge, felt the weight of responsibility. They watched as younger generations became entranced by books and screens, their faces illuminated in a way that felt both alluring and alien. They feared the stories would lose their magic, their connection to the land, if they were bound by text. Would the next generation still hear the stories echoing through the trees? Would they feel the pulse of the ancestors in their hearts? As the night deepened, the storyteller's voice rang out with vigor. He recounted the tale of the sea monster, a guardian of the ocean depths, a creature that shaped both fear and respect. The audience gasped as he described the creature's massive form, scales shimmering like jewels beneath the water's surface. The air was thick with emotion, reverberating with the tension between the oral and the written. The storyteller knew that every nuance he imparted was vital, a thread in a tapestry that needed to remain whole. But the written word was not merely an invader, it also offered a lifeline. The Haida began to document their myths, a way to resist erasure. This act of writing was a reclamation, a declaration that their stories mattered, that they were worthy of being shared in this new form. Scholars and linguists sought to understand the Haida language, to transcribe the tales with respect and authenticity. In writing, there was hope, an opportunity for these myths to reach beyond the shores of Haida Gwaii, to resonate in distant lands. Yet, as the ink dried, a painful realization lingered. The essence of the stories, the very heartbeat that pulsed through their tellings, risked being dulled in the transition. The reverberations of laughter, the gasps of wonder, and the tears of sorrow faded into the margins of printed pages. The elders, standing at the crossroads, felt the tension tighten around them. How to honor tradition while embracing change without losing the spirit of their narratives? In the firelight, a silence fell, heavy with unspoken fears and unyielding hopes. The storyteller sensed the weight of this moment, a pivotal point in the survival of their culture. With a deep breath, he shifted the tale, weaving in the voices of elders alongside the written word. He spoke of the power of collaboration, where oral tradition and written text could unite, creating a bridge between the past and the future. A new story was born, one that honored both the spoken and the written, a testament to resilience. As the night wore on, a flicker of understanding ignited within the audience. They began to see their stories not as separate entities, but as a continuum, a living history that could adapt and thrive in different forms. The rhythm of the night picked up, voices blending in a symphony of hope, excitement, and unity. Outside the circle of firelight, the world remained unchanged. The winds whispered through the trees, speaking of challenges yet to come. The Haida people knew the fight was not over. The shadows of colonialism still loomed large. But in that moment of storytelling, there was a spark, a realization that they could carve their own path, merging the old and the new, preserving their essence amidst the inevitable changes. The fire crackled, sending embers spiraling into the night sky as the myths danced in the air, alive with possibility. Haida stories, once tethered to the spoken word, were ready to take flight, transcending time and space. The power of the oral tradition intertwined with the written word, creating a renewed bond that would echo through generations, limitless and enduring. In that sacred space, amidst the laughter and tears, the past and future converged, spiraling like the smoke rising into the starlit sky. The storyteller's voice, echoing through the night, blended with the thrumming heartbeat of the land. The myths lived on, ready to be told anew, waiting for the next eager ears to listen, to feel, to believe. The cycle continued, unstoppable, a living testament to the spirit of the Haida. Under the vast cloud-strewn sky where the Pacific Ocean meets the shoreline, the rhythmic crash of waves against ancient rocks echoes the heartbeats of a people steeped in rich traditions. The Haida, custodians of the lush forests and tumultuous seas of the northwest coast, know that their stories are not just tales spun from imagination. They are the very threads that weave together their history and identity. Each myth, each legend, pulses with the lifeblood of the Haida people, resonating through time like a haunting melody. In the distant past, when the world was still young, Raven emerged from the darkness, a trickster with feathers as black as midnight. He was not just a bird, but a symbol, an embodiment of change and transformation. Raven's stories flowed from the mouths of elders, rich with lessons about the creation of the world, the origins of people, and the spirits that dance in the shadows. The Haida believed that ravens stole the sun from the sky, bringing light and warmth to their people, a transformative act that illustrated how myths are intertwined with the very essence of life. This was not just a tale, it was a history, a testament to the power of choice and consequence, echoing through the generations. The haunting sound of a drumbeat can still be felt in the air as one contemplates the significance of the totem poles, towering sentinels adorned with vibrant carvings. Each figure carved into the wood tells a story, each curve and line a facet of Haida history. The raven, the killer whale, the bear, life forms that hold deep meaning, resonating with the events of the past. The stories conveyed through these totems were not mere embellishments. They were the very fabric of Haida society, the lineage and legacy of families etched in wood for all to see. As the seasons changed, so too did the stories. The tales of the Haida were passed down through generations, binding families and communities together. They spoke of the great floods that swept the land, the monstrous sea creatures that lurked beneath the waves, and the spirits that guided their ancestors. These narratives weren't just for entertainment. They were a means of survival, a way to share wisdom about the intricacies of nature and the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. In the flickering glow of a nighttime fire, the faces of the listeners would dance in the shadows, their eyes wide with wonder. The storyteller's voice was a powerful force, weaving tales of glory and caution, of triumph and loss. The Haida understood that within each story lay a lesson, a truth that transcended time. The fireside echoed with the wisdom of ages, binding the past to the present, reminding listeners of their roots, their responsibilities, and their connection to everything that lived and breathed. But there were darker tales as well, tales of loss and conflict that echoed through the years. The arrival of outsiders brought with it not just new opportunities, but also devastation. The stories of the potlatch, a ceremonial feast that showcased wealth and status, became entwined with the struggles against colonial powers who sought to repress these vital customs. Yet even in the face of adversity, the Haida stood steadfast, their myths giving strength and resilience. They turned to the stories of their ancestors who had faced similar trials. The legends of survival became a rallying cry, infusing their spirits with hope, even when the world seemed against them. As time wore on, the interconnectedness of Haida myths and history revealed itself in unexpected ways. The spirit of the raven transformed into a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a glimmer of light. Stories of the ancestors became beacons of strength, guiding the Haida through the turbulent waters of change. They were not just passive recipients of history. They were active participants, creating their narrative with every choice they made, every story they told. In the face of modern challenges, the Haida continue to reclaim their narratives, breathing new life into ancient stories. The art of storytelling remains alive and vibrant, a vital part of cultural revival. The myths do not merely rest in the annals of the past. They dance in contemporary art, echo in songs, and inspire a new generation to carry the torch forward. Like the waves that crash against the shores of Haida Gwaii, the tales of yore ebb and flow, shaping the identity of a people who refuse to be forgotten. The interwoven strands of myth and history throb with emotion, the pain of loss, the joy of triumph, the lessons learned through hardship. Each generation has the power to reimagine these stories, to infuse them with new meaning as they face the challenges of the present. The Haida know that their myths are living, breathing entities, reflecting their reality and aspirations. As they gather in circles to share stories, the air pulses with a collective heartbeat, a reminder that they are connected not only to one another, but to the land that cradles them. Even as the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the trees, the stories continue to flow. The echoes of ravens' laughter mix with the rustle of leaves, and the spirit of the ancestors whispers through the wind. Each story, each myth, is a reminder of the strength that lies within the Haida, a testament to their enduring spirit against all odds. The past and present are forever intertwined, a story that is far from over, a narrative that wants to be told and retold, a living testament to a people who hold their history close and walk forward with unwavering resolve. Under the shimmering northern lights, a lone storyteller stood before a gathering, the flicker of the fire casting shadows that danced like spirits among the crowd. A hush fell over the audience, anticipation crackling in the air like the firewood popping. Ancient legends of the Haida, passed down through generations, were about to be renewed, reborn in a modern world that often forgets the whispers of its past. The storyteller's voice was a rich tapestry, weaving tales of the raven, the trickster who brought light to a world draped in darkness. As the words flowed, the audience could almost hear the flap of ravens' wings, the rustle of the trees in the wind. With each story, the legends morphed, adapting to the rhythms of contemporary life. Yet the essence remained unchanged: loss, resilience, love, and the quest for identity. One tale captured the hearts of all: the story of the first salmon. In the original telling, the salmon were more than mere fish. They were life itself, embodying the spirit of the rivers and the cycle of existence. In this modern retelling, the salmon became a powerful metaphor for survival in an age of climate change, reflecting the struggles of indigenous peoples against the backdrop of environmental degradation. The audience felt a chill run down their spines as they imagined the fish swimming upstream, battling against the current, much like the Haida people striving to keep their culture alive amidst the challenges of a modern world. Tension rose when the storyteller introduced a new character, a young girl named Kaya, who felt the weight of her ancestors pressing upon her shoulders. As she learned the old ways, she found herself lost in a world that seemed to have little room for her heritage. The audience connected deeply with Kaya, feeling her struggles and triumphs like their own. They saw their reflection in her journey, the search for belonging amidst shifting tides. When Kaya finally stood at the riverbank, her voice breaking the silence with the age-old chant to welcome the salmon home, there wasn't a dry eye in the crowd. As the fire crackled louder, the next story unfolded, a dramatic twist on the legend of the sea monster, the creature feared by fishermen. In this retelling, the monster wasn't a mindless beast, but a guardian of the ocean, a being that represented the balance of nature and a warning against overfishing. The tension escalated as the storyteller described a fierce storm brewing, waves crashing like thunder, fishermen caught between the rage of the sea and the monster's watchful gaze. The audience held their breath, feeling the salt spray on their faces, the wind whipping through their hair. They were right there, on the tumultuous waters, witnessing the struggle and the resolve to find harmony with the sea instead of dread. Then came the tale of the magical cedar tree, revered in Haida culture. In this retelling, the tree was a symbol of strength and community, but it was threatened by the greed of a corporation. The story took a poignant turn, revealing how the Haida people banded together to protect their sacred land. The emotions ran high as Kaya reappeared, now a young woman organizing protests, echoing the struggles of real-life activists who stood against giant machinery, armed only with their voices and the weight of their history. The crowd felt the fire of resistance building, the urgency of the moment palpable in the air, and for those few moments, it was as if they were standing shoulder to shoulder with Kaya, ready to defend what was right. The storyteller's voice rose and fell, a rhythmic pulse that synced with the heartbeat of the earth. They painted vivid pictures of the Haida people, their vibrant art, their songs, and their unbreakable bonds with nature. The audience was taken on a roller coaster of emotions. Laughter bubbled up when Kaya playfully teased Raven, yet tears glistened in their eyes as they heard of the hardships faced by her people. They felt the joy of reclamation, the pride of heritage that couldn't be extinguished. In the quiet moments, the air became thick with reflection. The audience thought about their own stories, the legends woven into their lives, the struggles they faced in their own communities. The modern retellings were not just about the Haida. They resonated with universal themes, identity, connection, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. Each tale was a mirror, reflecting back their own fears and hopes. With every story, the fire dwindled, yet the warmth lingered in the hearts of listeners. They yearned for more, aching for the continuation of Kaya's journey, for the fierce battles against the stormy seas and the struggles against corporate giants. They were drawn into a world where ancient legends met contemporary realities, where the past and the present danced together, beckoning them to pay attention to the stories that had shaped lives for centuries. As the storyteller concluded the last tale, a hush fell once more. The embers glowed, and the northern lights flickered overhead, casting an ethereal glow on the gathering. The audience remained seated, captivated by the threads that had intertwined their lives with stories of the Haida. They felt an unbreakable connection to the earth, to one another, and to the tales that would echo through time. Just when it seemed like the night would end, a soft voice spoke up from the crowd, asking for one last story, a plea echoed by many. The storyteller smiled, the spark of storytelling ignited in their eyes once more. The air buzzed with excitement as they promised to share another, a tale that would bridge the gap between the old and the new, the lost and the found, taking them deeper into the heart of the Haida's enduring legacy. The circle remained unbroken, the flame of their shared history glowing brighter with each word, drawing them ever closer to the next chapter of their unfolding story. The wind howled through the towering cedar trees, each gust a reminder of the power that nature holds. A lone Haida elder stood on the shore, gazing out at the turbulent waves crashing against the rocks. The air was thick with salt and the scent of damp earth, a familiar yet unsettling perfume. The ocean had always been a part of their lives, a source of food, stories, and cultural identity. But today, there was an undercurrent of anxiety threading through the salty breeze, whispering secrets of change and uncertainty. For the Haida people, the ocean was not merely a body of water. It was a living entity, a storyteller of generations past. Each tide brought forth tales of ancestors who once coasted on its surface, casting nets and weaving connections that transcended time. But as the elder closed their eyes, the rhythmic pounding of the surf felt different. It carried an unusual weight. Changes were happening, and they were not alone in feeling it. In the years leading up to this moment, whispers of climate change began to ripple through the Haida community. The once reliable patterns of the seasons were shifting. Salmon runs, the lifeblood of Haida culture, were becoming erratic. The fish that had once filled the rivers and nourished their people were veering off course, leaving behind a haunting emptiness. Elders spoke of stories where the rivers ran thick with salmon. Now they told tales of scarcity, their voices heavy with sorrow. As the elder watched the waves, a group of children splashed in the shallows, their laughter echoing like music across the water. They carried the hope of the future, yet their world was changing faster than they could understand. The elder felt a shiver run down their spine, not from the chill in the air, but from the weight of responsibility. What stories would these children tell when their time came? Would they speak of abundance or loss? An unexpected storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling ominously. It felt like a portent of the battles ahead. The Haida, resilient and connected to the land in ways that ran deeper than roots, were facing a harsh new reality. Some in their community dismissed the warnings, believing that their ancient practices could stave off the unseen adversary. Others, however, were beginning to understand that myths and realities were interwoven in a complex tapestry. It was not just their heritage at stake, it was their very existence. Among the elders, a fierce debate ignited. On one side were those who believed that the spirits of the land would protect them, that their rituals could shield them from the wrath of climate change. They spoke of the strength found in tradition, of the stories passed down through generations that could fortify their resolve. But on the other side, young voices rose, pleading for change, for action. They called for adaptation, for the wisdom of the past to blend with the science of the present. They were not merely dreamers, they were warriors, ready to defend their home, not with swords, but with knowledge and innovation. The elder opened their eyes, their heart heavy with the weight of the choice. The children were now sitting on the rocks, their gazes fixed on the horizon, where the darkened sky met the churning sea. It was a moment steeped in tension, a fragile balance between hope and despair. The elder felt the pull of time, how quickly it was passing, how painfully it was transforming everything they knew. Each wave that crashed against the shore seemed to echo the urgency of their plight. With every storm that rolled in, the world felt less predictable. Coastal erosion gnawed at the cliffs, and rising sea levels threatened to swallow the villages that had stood for centuries. The Haida's history was an unbroken chain, a legacy carved in wood and painted on the totems that dotted the landscape. But with every inch of shoreline lost, another piece of their story faded away. The elder raised their arms, a silent gesture to the spirits of their ancestors. They called upon the wisdom of those who had come before, hoping for guidance. How could they protect their children and their way of life in this changing world? The children, sensing the weight of the moment, turned to face the elder. Their eyes wide with a mix of innocence and understanding that belied their young age. They seemed to grasp the seriousness of the elder's thoughts, the unspoken fears that lurked just beneath the surface. Suddenly, the storm broke. Rain began to pour, drenching the landscape in an unexpected deluge. The children squealed with delight, dancing in the downpour, their joy an innocent rebellion against the chaos of the world. The elder watched them, a bittersweet smile curving their lips. In that moment, they saw the resilience of youth, the determination to forge a path through uncertainty. But the elder also saw a reflection of their own fears. What would these children inherit? As the storm raged on, the elder knew that their community stood at a crossroads. The call for change was louder than ever, demanding attention and action. Climate change was not a distant threat. It was here, now, woven into the very fabric of their lives. The Haida had always been stewards of the land, navigating challenges with grace and fortitude. They had endured adversity before: colonization, resource extraction, cultural upheaval. But this felt different. This was a fight against time itself. With every drop of rain, the elder felt the urgency build, a fire igniting within them. Their people had faced many storms, but this one demanded not just survival, but transformation. The stories of the past needed to be honored and adapted, blended with new wisdom, to create a future where the Haida could thrive. As the children twirled in the rain, the elder made a silent vow. Together, they would navigate this tempest. The tides may rise, but so would their spirits. In that moment of unity, of laughter mingled with the roar of the storm, the elder understood that the future lay not in despair, but in hope. The waves crashed against the shore with relentless power, but within that chaos lay the strength to push forward. The Haida had weathered countless storms, and they would face this one too, not just to survive, but to embrace their identity as guardians of the earth in a time of change, ready to shift the narrative of their story into one of resilience and strength. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled the skin and sent shivers down the spine. From a distance, the rhythmic drumbeats echoed through the forest, weaving their way through ancient trees, carrying with them tales of old. Each pulse was a heartbeat, a reminder of the vibrant life that pulsated in the very soul of the Haida people. Today was not just another day. It was a celebration, a festival steeped in the rich tapestry of Haida mythology. Families gathered, their faces painted with traditional designs that whispered stories of their ancestors. The scent of cedar smoke mingled with the salty tang of the sea, creating an intoxicating aroma that awakened memories long buried. This was a time when the veil between the living and the spirits was thin, and the Haida believed that the very essence of their myths came alive through these celebrations. The clans wrapped themselves in blankets made from the softest wool, their colors as vivid as the stories woven into their fabric. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, The elders began to recount the timeless stories that had been passed down through generations. Each tale flickered to life like a flame, igniting the imaginations of children and adults alike. The stories of Raven, the trickster, who brought light to the world, danced in the air, as if the great bird itself hovered just above, casting a watchful eye over the festivities. Laughter bubbled up, mingling with the solemn nods of acknowledgement as the community embraced their shared history. In the center of the celebration, a towering totem pole stood proudly, its carved figures casting long shadows in the fading light. It was not merely wood, it was the embodiment of the clan's identity, a visual representation of their lineage, ancestry, and the very myths that shaped their world. Each figure told a story, a lesson, a warning, and a promise. The festivals were more than just gatherings. They were a reaffirmation of what it meant to be Haida, an intricate dance of life and death, of joy and sorrow. As night fell, the flickering flame of the bonfire illuminated faces filled with rapture. The dancers moved with grace, their feet pounding the earth in a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the land itself. Each step was a tribute to the spirits that walked beside them, a connection to the past that pulsed through the very ground they stood on. The sound of the drums wrapped around the festival like a warm embrace, calling forth the spirits of their ancestors to join in the celebration. Children watched wide-eyed as the stories unfolded through dance, each movement not just an expression, but a sacred invocation of the myths. The figures of animals came alive, with dancers transforming into wolves, eagles, and salmon, embodying the very essence of nature that the Haida revered. They told the stories of creation, of the great flood, of love and loss, weaving rich images into the minds and hearts of all who gathered. And then, as the night reached its climax, the sky erupted into a cascade of colors. Fireworks erupted like the spirits of the ancestors themselves, soaring high into the sky, illuminating the darkness. Gasps of awe filled the air, and hands flew to cover mouths, children squealing with delight. In that moment, the Haida felt an undeniable bond, a connection not just to each other, but to something far greater. They were not merely participants in a festival. They were part of a cosmic tapestry, woven through time. A sense of reverence enveloped the gathering as one elder stepped forward, her voice resonating through the crowd, reminding them of the lessons learned through these celebrations. She spoke of balance, of respect for the land, the sea, and the creatures who shared their world. Her words echoed in the hearts of the listeners, planting seeds of understanding that would bloom in the years to come. As she spoke, the stars twinkled above, as if the universe itself was listening, honoring the age-old traditions of the Haida. Festival time was also a moment for healing, a chance for stories of grief and loss to find a voice. Families who had faced hardship came together, sharing their burdens through the collective strength of their kin. The festival space became a sanctuary where emotions flowed freely, tears mingling with laughter, capturing the bittersweet nature of life. Through the sharing of food, song, and dance, hearts were mended and spirits lifted, reinforcing the ties that bound them together. With every passing hour, the festival deepened its grip on the hearts of those present. As the night stretched, the story of the Haida continued to unfold, each festival a chapter in an ongoing narrative. Youngsters learned the importance of their cultural heritage, absorbing the wisdom of their elders like a sponge soaking up water. They listened, wide-eyed, to the stories that danced in the flickering firelight, weaving dreams of the future while rooting themselves firmly in the past. As dawn began to break on the horizon, casting soft rays of light through the trees, the festival reached its final crescendo. The drums slowed, the dancers bowed, and the community came together in a circle, hands clasped tightly, hearts beating as one. They sang, their voices rising into the morning air, echoing the ancient melodies of their ancestors. In that moment, they were not just Haida. They were a living, breathing testament to resilience, unity, and the enduring power of myth. But as the last note faded, a hush fell over the crowd. In the distance, the call of the raven rang out, a reminder that the festival would soon come to an end, but its spirit would linger, echoing in the hearts of the Haida. The stories passed down through time would continue to inspire, to teach, and to guide them in the days to come. The festival may have concluded, but the threads of connection it wove would persist, binding them together as they moved forward into a world that would forever be shaped by the myths they cherished. The cycle of life, of festivals, and of stories would continue, an unbroken link between the past and the future, carrying the Haida with it, ever onward. On a misty morning in Haida Gwaii, a lone figure stands at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the endless Pacific Ocean. The waves crash violently against the rocks below, sending sprays of salt water into the air, reminiscent of the ancient stories that have shaped the identity of the Haida people. Each wave whispers tales of Raven, the trickster, who brought light to the world, and of the mighty whale, who holds the wisdom of the sea. These legends aren't just remnants of the past. They pulse with life, breathing energy into the present and future of the Haida community. As the sun begins to rise, casting golden hues over the landscape, the figure clenches a carved totem in their hands, a representation of their ancestors, a connection to the spirits who walk alongside them. This totem stands not only as a symbol of cultural heritage, but as a beacon of hope. In a world that often overlooks indigenous voices, Haida mythology stands resilient, waiting to weave its threads into the fabric of contemporary society. The air crackles with anticipation. Something about this morning feels transformative. In bustling cities far from the misty shores, young Haida artists reclaim their narratives. They are armed with paintbrushes and digital tools, channeling the spirits of their ancestors. Walls transform into canvases, where vibrant murals burst forth, depicting stories of the past, alongside visions of the future. A phoenix rising from the ashes, symbolizing rebirth and resilience, captures the attention of passers-by. The youth, who once felt disconnected from their roots, now find solace and strength in these ancient tales. They are not mere stories, they are guideposts, illuminating paths forward. Communities gather under the open sky, sharing these legends in dynamic performances. Breathtaking traditional dances take place, drawing in audiences who may not have understood the significance of these rituals before. Each movement tells a story, and as the dancers swirl, they weave a spell that holds everyone captive. Laughter and tears intermingle, as elders share their wisdom and children listen wide-eyed. Here, in this shared experience, there is a palpable sense of unity, an unbreakable bond that transcends generations. But this revival is not without its challenges. As technology advances and global influences seep into every corner of life, will the essence of Haida mythology endure? The elders watch, their lined faces etched with worry, recalling the times when their stories were almost lost to the relentless march of modernization. Yet, amidst this anxiety, a spark ignites. The youth adapt, blending traditional storytelling with contemporary mediums. Animation, graphic novels, and podcasts. They recognize that while the forms may change, the heart of the stories remains unchanged, resonating with universal themes of love, loss, and resilience. Art festivals emerge, where Haida mythology takes center stage. Artists showcase their work, and the air is thick with creativity and collaboration. A young woman stands beside her digital exhibit, showcasing animations of the Great Flood and the tale of the first salmon. When people ask her about her inspirations, her eyes light up as she speaks of her grandmother, who wove these stories into the fabric of her childhood. The stories become bridges, connecting people from all walks of life, and as they engage with the mythos, respect and understanding blossom. In these gatherings, the community forms a protective shield around its mythology, ensuring that it evolves without losing its essence. The elders, once wary of change, find themselves smiling at the innovative expressions of their rich heritage. They share their stories, not as rigid relics of the past, but as living narratives that can shift and grow. The words pour out like a river, flowing into the hearts of the listeners, who are eager to absorb the wisdom and spirit of the Haida culture. Further afield, in classrooms and lecture halls, educators introduce Haida mythology into the curriculum. Students sit wide-eyed, captivated by tales that speak of the natural world, respect for the land, and the interconnectedness of all beings. They learn about the significance of the cedar tree, not just as a resource, but as a living entity deserving of reverence. The stories spark curiosity, igniting a fire within young minds that pushes them to think critically about the environment and social justice. In this way, the mythology becomes a tool for advocacy, a means to educate future generations on the importance of preserving both culture and nature. As dusk settles over the village, a fire crackles to life, illuminating faces filled with awe and reverence. The sound of drums fills the air, each beat resonating with the heartbeat of the earth itself. A storyteller takes center stage, her voice rising and falling like the tide, pulling everyone into the depths of Haida lore. With every word, she stitches the past to the present, making it impossible to look away. Listeners lean in, hearts pounding, as they hang on every syllable, feeling an unbreakable connection to the tales that have been passed down through generations. In this sacred space, the stories come alive. The shadows seem to dance with the spirits of the ancestors, and for a moment, time stands still. The myths are no longer mere tales. They are living, breathing entities that have the power to shape the identity of the community and instill pride in its heritage. Each person present knows they are part of something greater than themselves, a tapestry of history woven with the threads of mythology, culture, and resilience. The world outside might pulse with the chaos of change, but within the bounds of this community, the future of Haida mythology looks bright. As the stars twinkle overhead, there's a shared understanding that the stories will continue to evolve, to inspire, and to resonate. The flicker of the fire represents the light of hope, a guiding flame that will warm the hearts of future generations. Hope intertwines with tradition, and the spirit of Haida mythology endures, unyielding, ready to face the challenges ahead. As the last embers fade, a promise hangs in the air, a promise that the myths will never die, that they will continue to thrive in the hands of those who cherish them. And just like that, the night closes in, leaving behind the echoes of laughter and the whispers of old stories, hinting at the endless possibilities that lie ahead for the Haida people and their enduring mythology. A chill ran through the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like whispers across the ancient totem poles of Haida. Each pole stood tall, carved with intricate designs that told stories older than time itself. The wind sighed, carrying echoes of legends, voices of past generations that still resonate today, shaping cultures across continents. The myths and legends of the Haida people weave a tapestry rich in history and emotion, binding the hearts of those who hear them. At the core of the Haida mythos lies the figure of Raven, a trickster and a creator, whose playful antics often carried deeper meanings. The raven is not merely a bird, it is a reflection of human nature, embodying both light and darkness. In one tale, Raven steals the sun, bringing light to a world shrouded in shadows. This act of defiance and cleverness resonates with audiences everywhere, igniting a spark of hope in the face of adversity. The legend teaches that sometimes, in order to bring about change, one must take bold risks. The stories of the Haida have spread beyond their coastal home, touching lives in ways that many may not realize. They serve as a bridge, connecting communities and cultures across the globe, all the while showcasing the richness of indigenous perspectives. In classrooms from Toronto to Tokyo, children learn about Raven's adventures, sparking discussions about morality, ethics, and the complex nature of existence. These lessons transcend language barriers, fostering empathy and understanding among diverse groups. The hauntingly beautiful imagery of the Haida legends captivates minds and hearts. Think of the tumultuous seas and the vibrant colors of the Pacific Northwest. The legends are steeped in the landscape, breathing life into the trees, rocks, and waters that surround them. Each element of nature plays a role, reminding those who listen of the interconnectedness of all living things. This awareness is vital in today's world, where environmental concerns loom large. The Haida stories emphasize respect for nature and the importance of stewardship, a message that resonates deeply in an age where the planet cries out for help. One particular tale speaks of the transformation of a young girl into a star, her spirit shining brightly for all to see. This story travels far beyond the confines of Haida, reaching those who feel lost or insignificant in the vastness of the universe. It serves as a reminder that everyone has a place, a purpose, and that even in darkness, there is potential for light. People from different cultures find solace in the tale, drawing strength from its message. Even in the realm of art, the impact of Haida myths is profound. Artists worldwide find inspiration in the stunning designs and symbolism embedded in Haida art. A simple raven can transform into a powerful symbol of resilience, hope, or cunning, depending on the story being told. The intricate patterns and vibrant colors invite viewers to reflect on their own narratives, creating a shared experience that transcends time and space. The global reach of Haida legends can also be felt in the world of literature. Writers weave these ancient tales into modern stories, blending indigenous wisdom with contemporary themes. Novels, short stories, and poetry draw upon the rich tapestry of Haida myths, creating a dialogue between the past and the present. These narratives challenge readers to think critically about identity, culture, and the human experience, fostering a greater appreciation for diversity. As the night deepens, the sound of drums echoes in the distance, calling forth the spirits of the ancestors. Storytellers gather, their voices rising in harmony, carrying the weight of history and emotion. Each tale told is a thread woven into the fabric of collective memory. It is not just a recounting of events, but a living tradition, passed down through generations, infusing life lessons into the minds of the young and old alike. In some communities, the arrival of Haida legends has sparked movements aimed at preserving indigenous cultures and languages. Inspired by the depth and beauty of these stories, activists work tirelessly to reclaim lost histories and advocate for recognition of indigenous rights. The legends serve as a rallying cry, a call to action, reminding all of the importance of heritage and the need for cultural preservation in a rapidly changing world. The emotions tied to these stories are palpable. People laugh, cry, and find themselves moved by the narratives that evoke a sense of belonging. In coffee shops, libraries, and community centers, individuals gather to share their interpretations, creating a vibrant tapestry of voices. The connections forged in these moments are profound, as Haida tales become a source of unity, inviting people to reflect on their own identities and histories. As the fire crackles, illuminating the faces of those gathered, it becomes clear that these myths are more than just stories. They are a lifeline. They connect people to their roots and to one another, forming a web of understanding that crosses borders and bridges divides. The Haida legends linger in the heart, reminding us that we are all part of a greater narrative, one that encompasses the joys and struggles of humanity. The impact of Haida myths and legends echoes through time, resonating with every generation. They teach the importance of community, the value of nature, and the power of storytelling. It is a legacy that continues to inspire change and foster connection, creating ripples across the globe. In the silence that follows a tale, there is a shared recognition, a profound understanding that these stories are not just about the past. They are a living, breathing testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of imagination. And as the night deepens, the flickering flames dance, and the legends whisper on the wind, inviting others to listen, to feel, to become part of a story that is forever unfolding.